It is the final weekend of open qualification here at Royale Masters Gold Edition. Last week, we saw some of the best players to ever touch the game throw their names in the hat, and we were left with only one. Hello, everybody. I'm Andrew Guy. Joining me once again, and for the rest of the run, is Joshua AC Sharon. Josh, we had a great weekend last weekend. Like I said, we had some of the biggest players that have ever touched the game throw their names in the ring, but only one was able to come out on top. Tatone and Nico is what it all came down to. What do you think was the separating factor between these two guys in our finals last weekend?
Let's see. I thought deck choice was really solid throughout. I mean, both of the players, honestly, throughout the entire tournament, both of those players, the entire semifinals, all of the players had really good deck choices, solid gameplay overall. What sticks out, he won more games in the final.
Yeah, that is very, very important. We'll be talking a lot more about the decks. The picking behind them. It seems like there is one win condition that is dominating all the rest, and it's not the E-Giant. So we'll talk about that just a little bit more before we get into our games. But first, as I said, this is the final weekend of our open qualifiers. Let's talk about our event format, AC.
Let's see, the first 3 weeks, this is week 3, are going to be the qualifiers 1, 2, and 3. You want to be doing well in all of them. If you are one of the lucky 4, the top 4 total will move on to the playoffs through qualification points, aka just winning a lot, scoring lots of points. Week 4, if you weren't one of the lucky 4, you move on to the wild card open. That's when it really counts. That's when it really matters. Top 4 placements will move on to the placements in that as well. It'll be 8 players vying for that golden ticket opportunity and a pretty decent cash prize as well.
That's right, and they'll have to be doing it on the backs of the Royale Masters duel format. Now, the duel format here is similar to the duel format in most other competitive scenes, except for when you lose with the deck, you can repeat any of those 8 cards. You can repeat the exact same deck. It's only when you win with the deck that you can no longer replay any of those cards in any said best of 3 or best of 5. The finals of our open qualifiers have always been best of 5s, and they will continue to be that way. And then elimination games in our playoffs will also be best of 5. But don't need to get ahead of myself. We'll be talking about that much more as we get closer to our playoffs. A little bit closer of a breakdown of our qualifier format, as AC just talked to you about. The top 4 from qualification points will be pushed on through. The way it works is every single weekend of our open qualifiers, we have a 2-day competition going on. Day 1 is what we're at today. And it's going to be a Swiss bracket. A big part of that is winning early on, so your opponent win rate is high. That must be maintained throughout the day. You'll see at the end of the day, you'll be with a lot of people that are probably around the same as you if you're in that top rung of 7-1 or 6-2 or 8-0. So it comes down to opponent win rate that gets you through to our day 2. Single elimination in best of 3 dual format. As I said just a moment ago, the finals will be best of 5. And since this is the last day of our open qualifiers, the top 4 from these 3 weeks will be pushed on through to our finals, and those 4 players cannot compete in the last chance qualifiers, so that will be an open field for anyone in the world that does want to throw their name in and see if they can actually get into our finals. Top 8 players, golden ticket, but there is a lot of money on the line. We haven't talked about the money yet. You inferred it a little bit earlier, so AC, let's break down the cash that is here. $50,000 on the line at Royale Masters Gold Edition.
Here we are, the open qualifiers, aka week 3. This is the final open qualifier out there. $7,000 per qualifier, $2,500 going to first, $1,500 going to second, $800, $400, $250, and if you make it to the top 16 but you lose every game after you have qualified to that 16, you walk away with $100. Wildcard open, that's going to be what's next week. That's going to be for the next weekend. $1,200 for first, $800, $400, $200, $150, and again, $100 if you just can't do well once you make it to that top 16. But that only equals $25,000. Where's the final $25,000 in that $50,000 prize pool? It's going to be in the playoffs. And golden ticket and $10,000, I believe. I need to see the graphic, but I'm pretty sure I actually have this memorized at this point. I think it goes 10,000, 6,000, 3,000, 2,000, 1,000.
Wow.
No.
Look at that. You were pretty good. That was you got all the top 4 locked down.
Yeah, I knew it was going to be 800, 700, but I couldn't figure out what the difference was. So yeah, $1,500 was the one that I couldn't quite get, but that's all right. I'll take 7 out of 8. And 10,000 and a golden ticket for first place.
That's right. So when we take a look at our leaderboard, these are the players that have done the best through our first 2 weeks of Open Qualifiers. Yes, the Swiss part of the bracket is really, really important, but it's all about that day 2. Titone was able to win last weekend, but also able to pick up points from our first weekend. Pandora technically won our first Open Qualifiers as well. A little bit of an asterisk there, but still in that second place spot. Furkan Arabachi has been playing absolutely excellent Clash Royale, but has not been able to lock down that first place. Nico, our second place finisher last weekend at 12 points as well. In Thrill, Nikoko, Hire, and Legolas are rounding out our top 8. But remember, it's only the top 4 that get to play guaranteed in our playoffs. And then, of course, everyone else will have to be throwing their name. I keep saying throwing their name in the ring. I've said it like 3 times already. I will not say it again for the rest of the day. They will be putting up, vying for those last final 4 spots, because this is the final golden ticket that's being given out before we get into our, Clash Olympics, whatever you want to call it, over the summertime. We don't have an official name yet. We don't have an official breakdown, but you guys see it's starting with that 20-win challenge. There's going to be 5 stages, and that will get you to those $1 million Clash Royale League World Finals in Helsinki, where I think you and I will be there as well, AC.
That is right. I gotta say I'm pretty excited. I forgot who I was talking to, but I was talking to someone, and we had plans somewhere around that range, and he was like, "Hey man, just so you know, it's okay if you go to Helsinki instead of that. Like we can move our plans around." And I was like, "Yeah, it didn't really matter what you said with that."
Yeah, it was just like dinner reservations or something. He's like, "I don't know if you really want to miss out, but you can go to Helsinki. That's a good friend."
I did appreciate that he was so on board with me doing that. Like,
I'm excited, man. I've been wanting to go to Helsinki since day one. We were lucky enough to go to Tokyo and then China, and then what happened in 2020. We were supposed to go somewhere, we were not able to, and then obviously last year in 2021 it was all online. But we were actually able to be in person once again, so that was at least really cool for us. Now here in 2022, it sounds like we'll be there with competitors, we'll be there with teams, we'll be there with everyone else, all the other casters, so and a lot of the content creators. So I'm really excited, man. And if you guys do not know about that, you guys should figure it out. esports.clashroyale.com for all your information about what's going on in the competitive scene. You can check out our show, 3 Crowns. We produce twice a month with the breakdown of who's winning tournaments, what tournaments are coming up next, who's got golden tickets, how you can get the last one, all that good stuff. And of course, here at Royale Masters, we're not done yet. This is the gold edition. That golden ticket is up for grabs. This is the last weekend of Open Qualifiers, so if you missed out, you can't join up today. But as we've said, next week is that last chance, that final opportunity to get into our playoffs, which will be happening the following week. So still a couple more weeks of action, 4 more days of action. AC and I will be there with you guys for all of it. And so this is the part of the day where we kind of sit back, we get ready for these brackets to get seeded. It looks like there are 8 rounds as always, and the groups are getting broken up right now. We can figure out when you go check out that bracket, which again, the easiest way for you guys to do that is follow Royale Masters, join their Discord. All the information is in there. The admins are incredibly responsive and helpful. Not only are they incredibly responsive and helpful, we were able to get twice as many games going last weekend in less time on the broadcast. That was awesome to have dual screen games going, nonstop action. We know that that's what you guys want to see at home. We know that you guys get tired of us talking. I'm sure you're already tired of us talking right now, but we'll get into games soon. Don't worry. So now that we've talked about the grand scheme of things from the show's perspective, AC, now let's talk a little bit more about the Clash side of it. E-Giant feels incredibly dominant, but it seems like in every single best of 3, both players will run drill at least once. What do you think about Goblin Drill right now? Is it overpowered? Does it need an emergency nerf? Is it just... Why is it everywhere? Why is it a must play? And why are there so many decks that it works with?
It's kind of like, I don't know, throughout the years, throughout the metas, there's always a minor control. There's always technically like a Royal Hogs control fit that. There was like a Hog control that was kind of like that. Players always want that control deck that they can outplay with, that they can count cycle, count elixir. Yes, you have, even when you have great responses, even when you have a Valk cycle deck, even when you have this, even when you have that, in your drill deck, you will always have NATO, so you can NATO the Valk away, and you can get that final 1,000 chip damage that you need. You can snowball it off, you can do this, you can do that. So there's always potential with those kind of decks, which is always going to be a reason why players are going to love it. And then on the flip side, you know, a lot of decks are great, but they still do struggle. You know, we saw Lava struggle in the final game against a Wizard deck. So, you know, these players are throwing everything out there. And so sometimes the safest deck is the best deck.
Yeah, and then there is something about Drill, like you said, the control of it, the ability to get on tower with so many different ways, whether it's the splash of the Bomber, chaining it with the Golden Knight, using the NATO to chain with the Golden Knight, or using the NATO to pull units away, and the fact that you can just like fireball cycle. I watched a game the other day where the person, they recognized their matchup, they would just throw Drill plus fireball every single time for I think like 2 minutes and 40 seconds starting in the game, and they just did it the whole time out, and the player was just like, what am I supposed to do? I cannot catch up in damage, I can't stop it. I have no way of defending without giving fireball value. So that's been really interesting. The other side of it is, you know, all the other win conditions that we thought were going to be really popular. E-Giant, I think, was the biggest one coming into it. Now, while we haven't seen E-Giant played as much as we thought we would, I think because of the match conversation, I think it still has been pretty dominant. If we were able to pull all that aggregate data, and we're about to hop into a game here, guys, don't worry, pull all that aggregate data, I do feel like E-Giant has been more successful than it has been less successful through our first 4 days of competition.
Yeah, I think... I mean, basically, Furkan has taught us that it's possible to use it and it's possible to have success.
Right.
I mean, he's been using it all over. He almost qualified in week number 2. I think he was 5-0. Then he lost 2 in a row and then finished 6-2. So it's certainly possible to have that as your best deck. Have opponents know that you're going to use it as a somewhat likely scenario and still be able to succeed with it.
Yeah, we have seen the E-Giant play through tough matchups, which was the biggest knock on that as a win condition. At least a while ago, before Earthquake, Mirror, Rocket became part of the equation, it did seem like if you had a bad matchup, it was a must-lose situation, whereas now it seems like people have been finding themselves playing through it. So here we go. Round 1, I think this is Group 1, I'm not 100% sure, but we got King Tico top of your screen and Nick Dre, maybe from Brazil, at the bottom here. We got Skeleton King, Skarmy, RG. There's the RG coming down as he loads up those souls. Going up against another incredibly popular deck, except for this time around, it's almost like a rework of the old Princess Mini P.E.K.K.A. Ice Golem Hog deck. Time with Magic Archer in instead, and then you got guards in instead of, I think, what normally were Skellies, but a little bit of an interesting deck here at the top of our screen from Tico. Mini P.E.K.K.A. is everywhere.
Yeah, Mini P.E.K.K.A. it's a very strong right now. It matches up well. I mean, the Mini P.E.K.K.A. is always going to get a ton of value against the RG decks, and you know, the Mega Knight decks, the Golem decks, pretty much everything. The only problem is, like, with as much value as the Mini P.E.K.K.A. will get, it does struggle, you know, sometimes with either, like, the finishing touches or just, like, that final defense. And here we go. We get the double gameplay coming in.
Yeah, double gameplay as that Mini P.E.K.K.A. plus Hog Rider work down the left-hand lane. Earthquake just a little bit late, but still going to get a Hog Swing, and no guard stab as we get Ian on the other side of our screen, not running Hog, running RG Giant Skelly Earthquake with Archer Queen. So a bit heavy there for Ian. And bottom of his screen, exactly what we were talking about, right? Drill. And this is one of the popular versions of Drill out there. That's one that doesn't have a champion in it. Just all about that really quick cycle control, just cycling those drills as rapidly as you can. Last card probably going to be Fireball. And yeah, this is another one of those just really popular drill decks. We'll see how it fares against Ian, who I'm sure has matched up against it many times before.
Fisherman is going to be able to yank the Archer Queen. Archer Queen will be able to get shots. King Tico will walk away with the victory on the left side.
Oh! Yeah. There we go. Log comes in. Hog does not get that final lick of damage. 1984 to 2056 on the other side of the screen. Fire Spirit going to have to come out to get that Giant Skelly off the tower.
And with a minute left, 1959 lowest tower and 1894 lowest tower for Fur Legend. So a very close game, but this is really where Drill Cycle you know, just puts in work. 45 seconds left. We're going to see a ton of pressure. The bombers at the bridge, the drills cycled. RG on defense might not be enough. And then this is where just log cycling becomes so powerful. You get the DPS, you get the troops just another second off of your tower, and then the logs, that chip is just so deadly.
Yeah, even with the reduced damage, it still stacks up quickly. So now we have dual lane pressure coming in here for Legend to deal with. That Archer Queen stays on her feet, so going to have to be a little bit more elixir spent there. Now a drill going to come out on defense once again here for Legend. He's going to need more DPS though on top of that RG. There you go. Inferno Tower comes down. 1491 Earthquake Cycle will not do it. And it looks like the drill will succeed once again.
Yeah, I really love that defense. You know, he kept using the drill on defense instead of the Inferno Tower, and then cycling to the Inferno Tower if necessary. And yeah, that was a really great win against a really great player, and Ian down 0-1 in set number 1 is quite scary for him.
Yeah, that's, you know, we talked about it a lot last weekend, and we'll kind of just revisit that conversation for you guys at home that maybe didn't join us for the first couple of weeks of qualifiers. Is, you know, winning early on is really, really important because it can set the trajectory of your matches for the next. If you lose in set 1 or set 2, sets 3, 4, and 5, you're going to get players with a lower opponent win rate. Even if you're able to right that ship by set 7 and 8, your opponent win rate may have dropped so much that even if you come out 7-1, you could be in a lot of trouble. So Ian definitely wants to lock things down, turn this set back around, and try to get on top, as he is one of our, you know, top dogs in the competition. He's someone that you expect to maybe be here on day 2, but he's got to make it through set number 1 first. We saw it already, the drill just really, really working there. I love what you said about using the drill defensively, getting them out in time, and then cycling to the Inferno, because when you do it the other way around and the Inferno is taken out first, and then the drill is your last ditch effort, sometimes it will just not. Oh, so maybe Nick Dre repeated cards. It looks like he might have.
No, I think
no,
Tico.
It doesn't. Yeah, Tico must have, because he repeated log. Yeah, there you go. So Tico wins game number 1. He wins with a log at the very end with a Hog Rider that comes down the lane and then recognizes, I just used log again. So I think this is only the second time we've seen that throughout the entire competition, but you know, it's a bummer. It's the same thing as back in the day when you were playing AC. If someone played a ban card, a little bit different now, but a repeat there from Tico.
Yeah, I've certainly done it myself. I've done it in I'm pretty sure I did it in CCGS, so like the biggest competition of my life at that point in time, and I immediately knew I messed up. I've seen players do it on the World Finals stage.
Yeah.
So yeah, you know, it happens.
Who was it? Was it Reichert?
Schwarzen?
Was it Schwarzen? Okay, yeah. I always.
It was somebody Julesy was working with.
Yeah, and Julesy owned up to it, which was good on him. It happens. It's a bummer. Oh, go ahead.
I don't know. It might have been Reichert. It was one of those two.
Yeah,
I think it was Reichert.
I think it might have been. Yeah. But anyway, so as we let them reset, King Tico not loving that. I'm sure he wins game number 1, then has to give up game number 2. As we look through these groups, it looks like group number 1 is already doing pretty well. So Tico and Nick Dre tied up. Maybe we're going to hop into game 2 here of Ian versus Legend. Ian, top of your screen, going to try to line up this Magic Archer early on. Baby Dragon will come out, but does get distracted by that Royal Ghost. So nice damage here early for the American.
Can he get the NATO activation? Absolutely. And so with the Baby Dragon, with the Skeleton King, it is looking like Graveyard, especially with the Goblin Cage. That is a beautiful King Tower activation to start off the game.
Yeah, if this is GY, it's almost already stoned up. We know that King Tower activation is brutal. Then you add in the other parts of the equation that Ian has to help deal with those skellies. Could be in a good spot, but now Legend showing more of Golem and less of GY. We'll see.
Night Witch has been used very sparingly, but whenever it does get used, it does win. So I really do like the addition of Night Witch into some of the decks, and we see right here just you know, just how powerful it is. The bats did help out quite a bit, and up 3 elixir and 800 damage HP advantage as well. Even with the King Tower activation, such a great spot for Fur.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about those bats with working in conjunction with those skeletons from the Skeleton King, that's just a lot to deal with. So we see first set up a golem in the back. Ian goes opposite lane with the Golden Knight, try to stack some damage. Bar Barrel will get in front to tank a little bit, and that should be more than enough here. Now Drill going to come down with Barrel out of cycle. We'll see what Legend wants to play. He decides to go with the Night Witch. So Ian doing a good job of breaking up these offensive pushes. And on the other side of it, we see King Tico going to the E-Giant, but having to deal with a lot of single target DPS and, of course, that cannon. We'll see how that stacks up in double.
Wow, the golem will be able to take the tower, and 2,000 HP for his unhealthiest tower. With only 40 seconds left, there's almost nothing that Ian can do. He's going to be able to stack magic archers, you know, try and get that Golden Knight dash if it's possible, but I just don't think it will be. I think with 30 seconds left, we might be possibly losing Ian as a possible competitor, depending on how the opponent win rate goes.
Yeah, I mean, I think you just called it all right on the spot, AC. I mean, this is a really, really rough way for Ian to start the day. It does feel like he's going to have a not only an immaculate rest of his sets, you know, sets 2 through 8 have to be perfect. He also has to hope that his opponent win rate is through the roof. So it's all going to be about playing perfect Clash Royale, but then also getting incredibly lucky. So Ian drops 2 in a row to Fur Legend, who does it very, very well with that Golem deck in game number 2 as we hop over to King Tico versus Nick Dre, also going to game number 3 here. E-Giants out in both directions. Lightning, incredibly popular these days. Feels like you pair that E-Giant with Rocket for a while, then Earthquake for a while. Now it seems like it's tipped in the favor of Lightning, and then you don't have to have the mirror in there.
Yeah, and I really like this Tico variant with the Hunter and the Dark Prince. You know, you can spread out the Hunter and the Goblin Cage. Which one are you going to Lightning? Whichever one you don't choose, you can use that to actually get the DPS that you need. And that's going to be a pretty value Fireball. Dark Prince will not be able to splash, so Archer Queen will stay alive and be able to do a lot of work on top of the cage. And that's an E-Giant on the tower. I don't care how little health it has left.
Yep. Yeah, that E-Giant damage stacks up real quick. Nice NATO here. The Mother Witch feels a little bit off in terms of synergy in this deck. It doesn't seem like she's getting a lot of value, but that's also maybe just because of the matchup that we're finding Nick Dre and Tico in. Hunter comes down up high, right on top of that E-Giant, gets cleaned up off the board a little more quickly than I think Tico would have liked, and I think this is going to be very, very close to game over. Even if this E-Giant doesn't do it, the cycle E-Giant to get the second one down will. So Dark Prince going to clean up that cage. Now we're just a card or 2 away from getting another E-Giant on the board.
Yeah, we need to see a lot of offensive pressure from Tico, and there we go. We do see it. E-Giant at the bridge. Cannon will be able to pull it, so he does need to fireball it off. Maybe use the NATO as well, and there we go. We do see the defensive NATO from Nick, and that's going to be an easy cleanup. 58 seconds left. The cycled E-Giants from Nick and the solid defense with the cannons are just so powerful right now.
And there you go, cannon right on top of that Goblin Cage. Cage was even placed after the cannon was on the board, but Tico maybe just caught in a little bit of a rhythm there. Not what he wanted this point in the game with only 40 seconds remaining as we pop to dual screen here. Stanley in bottom of your screen, Droxspiel at the top of the screen. As these final moments come to a close on the left-hand side, and what a bummer for Tico. You know, he wins game number 1. He plays a banned or an already used card in game number 2, and then just like that, going to drop game number 3. And the whole set goes by the wayside because of a mental mistake. And that is really, really important. You know, we talked about it happening at World Finals last year. You definitely want to avoid that when you're on the biggest stage. So Tico here suffers due to the mental mistake in game number 2 as we hop over here to looking like Pays, top of your screen, against Wallbreaker, maybe Drill, bottom.
Yeah, there we go. 1 minute, 30 seconds left. Royal Hogs up top. Golden Knight cycled at the bridge. Should be able to lock onto the bomber and the tower, so that's a great stoppage using the Wallbreakers to protect it. And then Falcon defense as well. So solid defense right there. He's going to have a lot of answers. Bomber, Fire Spirit, Valk, Inferno Tower for these Royal Hogs and Royal Recruits. But at the same time, the reason why so many players, you know, why I recommend it, so many players recommend this Royal Hogs deck. I don't care how many answers you have. It feels like the Royal Recruits will always just make it through.
Yeah, the Royal Recruits always doing a great job. And of course, the Flying Machine, which turns out to be the win condition so many times in this deck if the person or their opponent doesn't have a great way to get on top. So right now we're already going to see how Stanley wants to deal with the Flying Machine. Pulls out the Inferno. Inferno's not the building that you really want when you're dealing with Recruits, as this Flying Machine is just living on the board, takes out the Valkyrie, helps assist the Recruits on the right and the left-hand side. Now finally comes across the bridge, but still not in Crown Tower range. And so frustrating. Now, a more Elixir, a Bomber out of cycle just poured into it, and the Flying Machine still gets on Tower AC. Absolutely nuts.
Yeah, it is insane how much value the Flying Machine gets, and it is also insane that every single time my Flying Machine crosses the bridge, it gets within tower range, and when someone else's does, it's just saying hello, but my towers won't wake up.
This is a incredibly tough spot. I guess this is what you have to do every single time if you are Stanley, and you're going to have to get that poison value on top of the Flying Machine, because there really is no other way to get on top of that card. I mean, you can't Inferno underneath it, probably because it'll always be played around Recruits, and then it's just the poison that can actually do damage to it other than the Fire Spirit. Fire Spirit's not enough, so nice draw here by Droxspiel in game number 3.
Yeah, but as we head into Triple Elixir, we finally do see the 2-4 split. Recruits all the way in the back. Golden Knight will be able to get value on offense as well. He can choose whether or not he wants to try and get it to dash. The Fire Spirit is solid, but I don't think that poison is going to do nearly enough.
No, that was a great dash. Gets on top of the Bomber. Now a last-second Inferno comes down, and that's going to do it, man. I mean, that's so much Elixir spent. Even if it doesn't take the tower here, the reset you can see already. Droxspiel has so much more Elixir in hand. There's no counter push on the board for Stanley, and the exact correct thing happens, which is cycle those Recruits in the back again. The Wallbreaker's going to get 0 value here. I don't even know if that barrel was necessary.
Yeah, one thing I would like to point out is that he should potentially be thinking about trying to go 2-4 splits. Every time he does 3-3, he's going to get that poison value. At the same time, I don't think it really matters. Arrows come down with the Royal Hogs. That's going to be 3 healthy Hogs on top of the tower.
And a Golden Knight on the opposing tower, just swinging away as damage stacks up in both lanes. Healthiest tower here for Stanley, and it's 1440. Lowest is 416 as he sends in Wallbreakers to no man's land. Already a cage set up to deal with the drill and the Wallbreakers coming across the bridge. And this Flying Machine, as all the Flying Machines we've seen, have been getting so much value. And there's the high Inferno, but that is going to do it. Lord Stanleyan drops game number 3 after picking up game number 2. Cannot pull off the reverse sweep. And a name that you and I have seen more and more in these competitions is Lord Stanleyan, but he just hasn't been able to put together the run that he would like. So now we check back in with our bracket, and I'm still only seeing Group A. Oh, you know what? It's because I'm an idiot. I'm not... I was like clicking through to rounds 2 through 7, and I was like, why am I only seeing Group A? Well, I need to go and open the other group. So taking a look here at some of our other groups, Tatone is back in the mix. He is up 1 game in Group B. Michifu looks like he won his set in Group B. So did Hajime and Game Freak TV. AC, feel free to hop in and throw in any names. We got Capgun against Ozlon, match number 33 in Group B. That's a very, very good matchup. I don't know if we can hop into that.
The hater in me is looking at the 0-1 players. One player that really sticks out to me, Viper, 0-1.
Wow. Okay.
And Elsiop.
Elsiop also 0-1. We have X Pedro 15, who is tied up 1-1 against someone named Albert in Group C. Katashian tied up at 1-1 as well. Then look over here in Group D. We got Group C also. Looks like Lucas X Gamers doing well. Group D, Betfus is doing well. Abdu Judo, we've seen that name a bunch. 2-0 over Tuvia. For those of you who don't know, that is a soft. Pompeo is in the mix. Surprise there. 2-0 over his opponent Koba. And then Igor is up 1-0 right now in Group D. Diego B is back in the mix, AC. He's up 2-0 in his first set.
Beautiful, beautiful. One player that that actually is technically ahead of or on top of his bracket, LB Agony King. One of my favorite players to watch. So hopefully we will be able to see gameplay from him today. But the great thing with him is that even if we can't, usually he qualifies in these kind of events.
Yeah.
So, you know, we can always just watch him day 2.
We got Group D here. Tribe, Wallace, Sandbox, Furcan, Ruben all pick up their sets. I think they all went 2-0, so nice plays there. And we are just waiting for a couple of game 3s to start, one of which is one that we called out. The other one will be with Higher, hopefully. Higher against Professor Live. They're both tied at 1. Obviously, if we're going to game number 3, that's how it works. A little bit of redundant information for you guys. So, AC, out of what we've seen today so far, it's been Royal Giant, right? We saw a good amount of Royal Giant. Drill has been playing well. E-Giant has been playing well. And we see the Recruits Royal Hogs deck that we're both big fans of coming out early to good success. What's the best counter for that Royal Hogs deck, just as a conversation for you and me?
Some quick cycle drills will be somewhat effective, but at the same time, it does, like, the variation that we just saw with the Inferno Tower will always struggle, but if you're using Fireball instead of Poison, that entire matchup gets flipped because then you can actually take out the flying machines.
Right.
So that's always going to be one of the answers. And then sometimes, I don't know, it matches up really well against a lot of different decks. So basically, use Drill even more than you're already using it, but make sure that you have Fireball for those flying machines.
Yeah, that was one of the reasons why we really have been talking so much about that Royal Recruits Royal Hogs deck, because it just does match up very, very well against what's popular in the meta right now. It doesn't feel like it runs into a lot of 70-30, 80-20 conversations. So here we go. Capgun bottom of your screen. Gens Aslan at the top. Gens Aslan did win a golden ticket last month. So a lot of this is just for fun and for cash as they stay on the right side of our screen here. Higher. Been talking about him a lot the last few weekends. He's been showing up in all of our qualifiers, just hasn't been able to put together the run that he needs going up against Professor Live.
And Miner placed on the inside tile where even a snowball can activate the King Tower right there. So kind of an interesting spot for him to Miner first play. It's always fun to see, you know, what players want to decide. Are they okay? You know, possibly he recognized no NATO, no snowball, no fireball. But I'm sure he had one of those like possibilities open to him. So just a Miner on the inside tile is always kind of fun to start off the game.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely, you know, we always talk about up here, if you know NATO's out of cycle, you should never go to the safe spot. But going to the most dangerous spot, like you said, AC, there's got to be at least one of those options available. So Higher gets away with one there as he goes with this Balloon Cycle deck. We saw the 6-man Loon work pretty well last weekend. Lava Loon was not as successful. And now we're seeing a Miner Loon to great success, at least early on, now having to deal with this counter push as we check back in with Gens Aslan and Capgun. Capgun in the lead at the moment. And those Skellies piling up on the left-hand side. Higher has no answers, and then the arrows come out for those minions to deal with the Inferno. And that is just a tough, tough draw in terms of the responses that his opponent has here.
Yeah, just way too aggressive going in with a Loon, Miner, Zap push, and single Elixir when your opponent is defending the way he is. You know, if your opponent has, you know, possibly like a Tombstone in cycle and then he cycles to the Inferno Dragon, you can sometimes get away with it. But when your opponent cycles the Giant Skeleton, then also cycles the Inferno Dragon, those are just two solid responses, and it's going to allow for a really strong counterattack, one that you just shouldn't be getting that aggressive against.
And we see Higher now just doing everything that he can, having to sell out to just try to get damage on tower. But that, again, just like you talked about, allows Professor Live here to create great counter pushes that are going to take up a lot of time, a lot of attention, and a lot of elixir of Higher. So Higher just struggling right now as he needs 500 more damage on that tower. Inferno Dragon cycled in the back, going to catch that Miner. Zap is going to come in to reset it. And it looks like we will be going to a 2-tower game if that balloon can get within death damage range. There you go. So Higher able to come back, but he could be in trouble in terms of this 2-tower situation. What do you think, AC? Is it kind of a reset here, or is Professor Live or Higher have the advantage?
Now that we're getting into this spot of the game, I feel like Higher might have the advantage. just because those are, the Mighty Miner is just going to provide a lot of value on defense, not allow the Skeleton King to cross the bridge unless he plays it in the pocket, but then he gets to just play it immediately on top before he can stack Skellies. So that's always going to be really nice for him. One thing I don't like from Professor Live, it was obvious the Loon was going to get to the tower. It was going to get the death damage. No need to fireball the Loon back.
Yeah.
It's just not going to get any value, and now Hire is in that good position.
That would have been a really good time for Professor Live to just take the damage and then try to get that Graveyard out offensively, because now in this 2-tower game, Graveyard becomes that much more ineffective, and Hire has a lot of great answers. Like you said, he can set the line at the bridge pretty easily, whether it's with that Mighty Miner or, like we're seeing right here, with the Mighty Miner and that Goblin Brawler. Mighty Miner does target the Skeleton King again, but now Skelly's going to distract it as we check in with Capgun and Gens Aslan in a great matchup, 650 to 981. Capgun keeping up the pressure with these mortars, and this is a very, very popular mortar deck right now with the Dark Goblin and the Minion Horde, along with the Bats, though. So many bait aspects here as the Miner chips away on the tower. Now another Graveyard comes in. Dark Goblin up high, going to help with the Skellies. No poison initially, but does come down on the guards, and that should do it.
Yeah, that's a great win from Capcom. It's a fantastic matchup for him, and so all props to Aslan for, just doing his best and trying to get there, but that is just such a strong matchup advantage. And right here, 16 seconds left.
That's going to, a last-second fireball. The Balloon takes it, and Hire, with the come-from-behind victory, steals that tower in the final moments of regulation, ends up taking the second tower here. I don't know if we can catch the replay of the final moments there, or if we've got another game to hop into, but that was a really, really great matchup. AC, Hire obviously incredibly experienced, a world finalist. What happened there for Professor Live? Did he just get his nerves get to him? Did he just too many misplays, starting with overcommitting in regulation when he should have given up that tower?
I think a lot of it comes down to one deck is really good in a 2-tower situation, one deck is really, really bad. So I think the beginning of the game, the Giant Skeleton Inferno Dragon defense to get that counter push, or the Skeleton King, I think it was the Skeleton King Inferno Dragon, excuse me. And I thought that was really beautifully played, but then I thought he got way too aggressive. I think it was not super easy, but I think it was fairly easy to recognize that your deck is not going to do well in a 2-tower situation. So what do? You just don't go on offense. That's all you have to do. You have to recognize, I need to defend. I cycle Inferno Dragons in the back, cycle Tombstones. Maybe you can get 2 Tombstones up on defense if you're really cycling correctly. There's a lot of ways to play it, and getting somewhat aggressive is definitely not the answer. You can try for tower switches, you can try for full defense, but you absolutely can't do what he was doing, and that was kind of like just trading off minimal damage while taking a lot of damage, and that's just never the answer.
That's really interesting to hear you break it down like that, because I also in that situation wouldn't really know what to do if I was the Graveyard player. So you're saying just get as many units on the board as you possibly can, hope your opponent makes a mistake, go for Fireball Chip when you can get it, and, well, I guess, yeah, Fireball, because you had Fireball. So Fireball Chip where you can get it, and then otherwise you just sit back, right? Because those Graveyards are just way too much Elixir spent, and then you're also kind of having to double down Elixir in terms of tanking for those Graveyards, but you're still getting nothing out of it. And it was the counter pushes that were kind of the story of that game, early on for Professor Live and then late game for Hire. So yeah, really interesting breakdown there, kind of how to play through that tough matchup. It's true. Graveyard is really, really tough, and it looks like we do have the replay here. So let's just take a look at the final moments of that game, just because there was a lot going on with Gens Aslan and Capgun that kind of led to this final 40 seconds here. So this is what you're talking about. This is exactly what you're talking about, AC. Inferno up high, crossing the bridge. Graveyard down low. Skeleton King in the pocket. And then I think Zappy's behind. So much Elixir spent. And then nothing to deal with this counter push. There's no Tombstone on the board till he plays it right there. Then the Zap gets value on this Inferno. There's just nothing. And then the bomb from that Mighty Miner. What a great bomb there from the Mighty Miner to reset that Inferno Dragon as well.
Yeah, that was a really cute play right there. I love that, and I had no idea that, that was even kind of a possible move. I mean, it makes sense, but that's not something that I would have really put together myself. So that's a really brilliant play. And honestly, a pretty solid play from Professor Live as well. when you know you can't defend, when you know your opponent is going to go all out, what do you do in response? Well, a graveyard tank in the pocket is always kind of a good answer. He almost kind of defended. He forced a fireball on defense. Like, let's say your opponent just kind of throws everything at the wall. They don't expect like any kind of counter push. If he had thrown fireball on offense as like a prediction or possibly on the Inferno Tower, and then he was able to just defend the troops off for just an extra second or two, he could have walked away with that victory. So I really like that he went with the pocket graveyard at the end.
Yeah, and the synergy of that Mighty Miner with a balloon cycle deck is really interesting. Like double miner, you get the Mighty Miner up high to set the line, but also then to be the tank for the balloon crossing the bridge, and then using that bomb, that death bomb, is really cool. It can help clean up any swarm units as much as a minion horde or as little as bats or Skarmy. And then as we just saw, the reset there on the Inferno Dragon. So kind of a cool little interaction, you know, one that I hadn't seen before. Sounds like one you hadn't really seen before. And we've seen a couple of those throughout these weekends where there's just some of these really brilliant heads-up plays that these guys have kind of put into practice after maybe trying it out on ladder or in grand challenges. So as we are waiting for round number 2 to get going, I'm going to take a look here at some of our players that we might recognize again. Rose and Noble doing well, Broken doing well. The Lost looks like some of our group 2s are, or round 2 is seated. So let's see.
We have Nico versus Demos.
Oh, that's a good one.
And I think it's Group B, so that's going to be a really good match.
We got, let's see, in Group B, there's Morton in there, but I don't know who he's playing against. Rimpion and Paolo. I don't know Paolo.
Wow, and then Capgun versus Doom as well. So Group B already having a couple of really good matchups.
Yeah, I'd actually love to see Capgun versus Doom. You saw Capgun playing very well against Aslan. That's match 59 of Group B, the final match listed there. And as these other groups are populating, looks like Group C is also on to round 2. Group D, it always seems like Group D is a bit of the group of death, man. There's so many big names in that Group D. Also, we'll see as things kind of narrow down how many of them end up getting matched up against one another.
And then Alperen versus Hugo, that's going to be a Group C game to watch as well.
Yeah, that's a great one. Also, what match number is that?
I think it's number 60. I think it's the very final one.
Okay, yeah, Alperen versus Hugo is another great one. Group C, final matchup there. Group B, final matchup. And not a lot of surprises here early on in the day. It is surprising when you see some of these guys drop a set early on, but a lot of the bigger names, other than Ian, unfortunately, seem to be staying perfect.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at this Group D. And we have Pompeo, Igor, Diego B, Betfos, Schwatzen, Tuvia. I mean, there's just everybody in that bracket. Famous kid.
Yeah, that's absolutely stacked. So, guys, as we are waiting for Group B, C to play their round 2 matches, and Group A and D to catch up with round 2, remember, this is Royale Masters Gold Edition. We'll be back every single weekend for the next... Well, I mean, we've been here for the last 2. This is the middle of the run, and we'll be here for 2 more following the end of our Open Qualifiers this weekend, and the next week is the Last Chance Qualifier. Following that will be our playoffs. AC and I will be with you the whole run of the way. So make sure that you guys are all subbed up here on the channel, turn on those notifications, and go join the Discord if you guys want to try to throw a chance. I almost said it again. AC. You want to try your chance to get that last golden ticket. It is crazy. It is the last one that's being given out by these other tournaments before it all becomes CRL all day long. That'll be next weekend, Last Chance Qualifiers. So looks like we're going to be hopping into a game here very, very soon. Trying to look.
Great discipline on not saying it.
I know. It's like one of my biggest pet peeves if I hear myself say like a specific saying or word more than like twice in a broadcast. I have to like stop myself. It becomes like this weird like wall in my mind.
Yeah. No, I get that.
Because sometimes there's just days when you just for some reason you go back to the same thing over and over and over. It's like you're caught on repeat.
Yeah. Sometimes I actively try and avoid it, and then sometimes I actively just keep it going. I keep it pushing. I just want to say it more and more. I've seen people like sometimes say that I say a word too often, and I definitely know for the next 30 minutes I'm saying that word.
You're like, I'm going to triple down on this. Group D, match 17, Pandora versus Vitor. That's a great one. Adriel is in here. Yuya versus, yeah, match 24, Yuya and Sandbox. That's also a very, very good one in Group D.
Jeez. Also, Betfos versus Ruben. Matchup number 36.
Yeah, matchup 36. I mean, literally any of those would be good, but Betfos Ruben is one we haven't seen. What else you got for me?
Famous Kid versus Wallace as well, number 58. It really is disgusting how Group D is always.
It always ends up so stacked, and there's no rhyme or reason. It's just like a luck of the draw, but every single time, Group D ends up being a huge group to contend with. And is Ian in that group as well?
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, a really, really tough one as we're going to hop into a game here. We appreciate your guys' patience as round number 2 is going to start. Capgun, bottom of your screen, Doom at the top. Running Royal Ghost plus Skellies. And nice high zappies here to take care of that Magic Archer. Very little value out of that Magic Archer.
It's an interesting NATO interaction, moving the zappies all the way to one side. So kind of a really cool play right there. We should see the dash soon, and there we go. We do see it. Golden Knight will be able to clean up the skeletons fairly well. But a giant skeleton at the bridge, recognizing his opponent doesn't have a lot of elixir right now.
Yeah, so Skelly's going to come down, maybe back around to Royal Ghost. No, Royal Ghost isn't there, so the Magic Archer to pull towards the center. But the Inferno goes right to the tower, and this is just a brilliant send by Capgun. Inferno will get back on the tower there, and Doom does a pretty good job of mitigating what looked like a tower down. But down about 4 elixir, 3.5 elixir is Doom, and down about 1,000 HP as well.
Yeah, that was a really brilliant giant skeleton at the bridge, followed by the Inferno Dragon as well, but also just incredible defense. He only had 4 elixirs, so he puts the Magic Archer in the perfect position to get the giant skeleton to walk as far as possible. Gets the NATO off just in time. Giant skeleton not able to reach the tower. I mean, brilliant defense from Doom, like great recognition from Capgun, but I am shocked that we are not seeing a tower already down. And that this is even still a game.
Yeah, I mean that's why, you know, when you and I saw this matchup, it's like, oh, we gotta watch it because of plays like that. Both those guys looked like they were in a ton of trouble, or we're gonna get a lot more than they did in 2 different situations now. But you love to see it. I agree that defense from Doom was about as clean as it could possibly got. Capgun though still sitting pretty though. Only a little bit of damage taken on that right hand side. This Inferno is set up in the back. And Doom looking like he's going to force his attention to the right-hand lane.
Inferno Dragon cycled in the back. Inferno Dragon's always such a weird card to cycle because you know your opponent is going to go opposite lane, not allow for the Inferno Dragon to get any value, and that Golden Knight got so much value. Getting the Zappies, Tombstone, Skeleton King, Tower, pretty much everything and anything right there. So just a really solid play with the Golden Knight NATO.
And Inferno trying to snipe that Magic Archer. Arrows will do the rest of the deed as this Electro Wizard comes down and demands some zappies. 2159 to 2502.
Magic Archer cycled in the middle, trying to get a little bit of value with that. Could be a somewhat fireball or a somewhat value fireball.
Yeah, I was a little surprised it didn't come down there.
Yeah, but not going to be able to do it. 22-37, 21-59. Both towers fairly even, but after that brilliant start for Capgun, he has gotten 0 offense in general. I mean, he just can't do anything on offense, and Doom is just controlling how this game is getting played.
Absolutely. Magic Archer lineup right there. Now you're getting the Royal Ghost splash on top of that tower while the Electro Wizard in the right-hand lane adds a few 100 damage cushion to that lane, which is at this point a little unnecessary. 860 remains, but the dual lane pressure from that deck from Doom has been really how he's able to break up Capgun's offenses and just hasn't been able to pull the trigger on his win condition. Most likely going to be Graveyard, right? Is that final card?
Yeah.
Could be RG, but yeah, it looks like Graveyard.
Yeah, it should be Graveyard. down below, and it's just, he can't do anything. These magic archers are cycled in the middle, forces out the arrows and the fireball, so that's going to be troops wiped off the board, but it's also just going to be more troops incoming. So, yeah, I mean, at this point with 35 seconds left, he's defending perfectly, and, I mean, just spreading out troops, that's all you have to do. And he's doing it exactly how he needs to.
And not giving any fireball value or arrows value on top of tower. It's just been all in the middle of the board here for Capgun, and this pileup of units he just can't do anything about. Finally, we get a graveyard that comes down, but the Magic Archer is already right there on top of the tower, so fireball will come in on top of the Magic Archer, the tower, and the Golden Knight. 1709, so a little bit of good damage done, down to 1598, but just no way to stop the dual lane pressure and no way to deal with all those units stacking up. We'll be checking back in with Doom and Capgun in a little bit as they go on to game number 2. Now Yuya and Sandbox here on the left-hand side of your screen. Guard's going to put in work against the Bomber plus that Bandit. And the Drill stacking up damage already, and this Inferno going to deal with that Giant Skeleton very, very well. So a nice hit there by Yuya.
Really nice skeletons to take the Giant Skeleton away from the Inferno Tower, allow for the Mortar to lock on the Inferno Tower for just a bit longer. One misplayed log allowed for a lot of damage. I think it was about 500, 600 HP worth of damage just from the Goblin, so just really solid offense from Yuya and solid defense from both players so far. 1441 to 1567, 130 HP separating the two players. But again, this is what happens. Triple Elixir happens, and it's so tough to stop a triple Elixir Goblin Drill cycle deck.
Yeah, I mean, you saw right there, log plus fireball plus drill, and Yuya didn't even bat an eye at how much elixir he just spent. Now Magic Archer getting, or excuse me, Archer Queen getting tanked for by that Miner. Nice play there by Sandbox. But will it be enough as the Bandit dashes on top of the Mortar? Mortar gets a shot, 1043. Drill comes in with the log. The reset knocks the Giant Skeleton back, 594.
Somehow, some way, it just got 600 or 400, 500 HP worth of damage. Bomber will come out in response, 850. The lowest tower for Yuya, but he is just still applying pressure. Giant Skeletons won't do anything. 366, 246. You just can't stop the Drill.
You really can't. I mean, it just feels like it's always on the board. You look at the cycle, you can get a Drill down, Fire Spirit plus Log plus Bomber, and then you're already basically back with another Drill. And Sandbox, who had a decent cycle and decent options, right? He had Log, he had Guards, he had the Giant Skeleton, the body block, whatever it was, just not able to deal with the Drill. It just keeps coming in. Every time that the Giant Skeleton was played instead of the Guards, the Log, just in and of itself, created enough space for the Goblin to get on tower every single time. And I mean, I don't know. I don't really know what the answer is. Drill was so popular a few months ago and then fell out of favor just a little bit. And now it seems like, even with no changes, it's just right back in the limelight.
Yeah, you know, we're seeing a lot of success with the Inferno Tower as well with that. And so that's always really interesting because I know Inferno Tower fell out of the meta for a really long time. It's pretty much fully back now that Drill is a thing. It's something about, I think it has to do with, you know, Giant Skeleton being meta and it being a great card that gets a lot of value against a lot of decks, but it doesn't match up well against Drill, so that's just one more deck that Drill succeeds against pretty consistently, because you can't keep up with the cycles, and you really can't do anything once they have that really good defense set up, where, you know, the Giant Skeleton becomes pretty useless, and I don't know, that Drill, it's just getting so much value every single time it gets played.
Yeah, and then the fact that, you know, that Bomber plus Bandit combination, it can deal with a lot. It can deal with the Swarm units. It has enough single target DPS to deal with bigger, heavier units. And then if it is something like, let's say, a Mega Knight or a P.E.K.K.A. or, you know, something large like that, there are still those cheap cards like the Fire Spirit and the Skellies to kind of kite it around. So we're going to hop into game number 2 here between Yuya and Sandbox. Yuya takes game number 1 with the Drill. Now changing things up here as we see a Tombstone early on. Goblin Cage out for Sandbox along with a Mega Minion, so they could be both going to the skies here.
Yeah, the double Mega Minion does usually mean that, but no, we are going to see the Electro Giant, and then Yuya probably will be running the Lava Bear, or Oh no, it looks like Yuya is probably going to be running Graveyard. Whenever we see the Zappies, that's usually the deck that is going to be following.
Zappy's still so powerful right now, and I'm okay with it. I'm very happy with the Zappies and where they are in the meta, how much they're being used, how powerful they are. But then, of course, we always talk about when they're not used correctly or when they cross the bridge by themselves, they're really a non-threat, non-factor. So Sandbox using that mirror early on the left-hand side as Yuya sets up this Cannon Cart plus Tombstone defense. I don't believe the Golden Knight has dashed yet, which is why we're seeing the barrel come out.
And there we go, cleans it up nicely. Tower's fully healthy for Yuya. Sandbox going to be running a heavier mirror variant. Usually we see it with Skellies and Bomber and, you know, just... Yeah, and Cannon, and we see the quickest cycle possible. It's going to be really interesting to see, especially using this in a game 2 where you're down 0-1, where this is the variant that you want to be using against someone like Yuya.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that's really important for Sandbox AC is how is he going to deal with the Zappies? That they're going to be such an issue. The Zappies plus the Tombstone is going to be more than enough defense, but it's also one that can be really hard to break up if you don't have the right spell power. So we'll see. Sandbox also bringing out the Mother Witch here, giving some poison value as these Skellies start to pop. And a mirrored Mother Witch comes down, but not really able to get much out of it. And that's a really interesting play from Sandbox. I think maybe reaching a little bit.
Yeah, I really liked the idea of it and then immediately hated the result.
Yeah, exactly.
It didn't do enough. The Mega Minion was able to snipe it across the bridge. So yeah, there not a lot of opportunities. And right there, I mean, the double Mother Witch, I like the idea, but placing it right in the poison just, it was already placed, and then I just don't understand how he mirrored a Mother Witch into a poison that was already placed. Yeah,
I was gonna say 2 Mother Witches mirrored in a row that really didn't seem to get much value. And, you know, the tower damage says the whole story, 1759 to 2829. Basically untouched for Yuya again here as we check in with Capgun versus Doom. Doom wins game number 1 and now in the driver's seat, at least for the moment, in terms of that RG, but not able to get a lot of value out of it. So it is Capgun who has the damage lead, 1911 to 2281. We'll hop back over to Sandbox and Yuya. Nice NATO there to clean up all those little bait units.
Yeah, we just need to see something from Sandbox, something that will even allow us to really hype this up as a game, because right now Yuya is just defending so easily. The Zappies Cannon Cart Tombstone combination is so deadly, especially when you have no spell. He has shown no spell whatsoever from his, and there we go. We do see the lightning, but that's just going to be, I mean, it's
that's not
so
the spell you
easy.
want, right?
Exactly. That's not the spell you want.
Of all the spells that he could have drawn, Poison would have been better, Fireball would have been better, Earthquake would have even been better, but that Lightning is going to be tough to get the value that you need with the Zappy stacking up, the Cannon Cart, and the Tombstone all in the same lane. The Lightning will always be falling short just a bit. Mother Witch poisoned off the board again as both these games are in triple elixir. Hog Rider working down that right-hand lane does get a shot, and that's exactly what Capgun needs to control this game, up by 700. Now we see another E-Giant push coming in. Lightning on top of the Cannon Cart, one Zappy, and the Princess Tower.
Yeah, and a double Mega Minion, I like that he's trying something new every single time. You know, we've seen the double Mother Witch, the double E-Giant, the double Mega Minion. But I really don't like this deck overall. I don't think it's very strong. I think the Electro meta, like the meta Electro mirror deck is meta for a reason. I think that's definitely going to be the variant that is the strongest, and I think that's your only option to even really run E-Giant in general. I think it's by far the safest.
And Capgun taking game number 2 here, so we will be going to a game number 3. And I agree, man. I mean, when you look at that deck and the way that it's supposed to work out, one of the most threatening things is when you can get, you know, mirrored E-Giants on the board, and then that second set of E-Giants come down. So there's 4 of them essentially working down 2 separate lanes, or at least spell cycle value in the spell cycle power is very relevant, whereas, you know, that Lightning We didn't ever see. I think that was one of the few things we didn't see get mirrored. We saw the Mega Minion mirrored. We saw the Giant mirrored. We saw the Mother Witch mirrored. But I agree, the synergy just didn't seem to be there. And since it was a little bit heavier without the spell power, you need to clean up the buildings. The defenses were really, really easy for Yuya. It was just, all right, let's cycle Cannon Cart one lane, Skeleton King in the other. Let's get the Tombstone down. Let's split the Zappies. And there's literally no way for Sandbox to break through. Even with the Mother Witch on top of those graveyards, just did not get anything out of it. So a tough game 2 there. And is that the set? Was that the set?
No, that one was the one that is going to game 3.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so sorry, there's a lot to keep up with here. Yuya, Yuya and Sandbox is over. Yuya won both those games. Because Sandbox in game number 1, what
was the one that we...
The Cap Gun and Doom is going to game 3.
Got it. So yes, you don't need to apologize because I didn't get it right either.
We're doing our best here. We're doing our best here. Vitor and Pandora are tied at 1 as well, so maybe we'll be able to hop into some of that. Igor was able to take his set 2-0 over someone named FTF Knight. Bedfus and Ruben tied at 1. So
we're gonna have to waste our break like early just for us to reset and figure this out.
I know. And then Hiking Backpack. That's just that's Bag, right?
Probably.
Yeah.
If it's a funny name and it's from the US, it's probably gonna be Bag.
So it looks like Bag is 2-0 in his second set. Schwatzen perfect so far today, as is Igor, Abdu Judo, Fur Legend, Pedro, Yuya. So some of those guys out there that we've been talking about. I'm going to check in here with Group C, see who's also... Go ahead.
Bag might be the only player that like will choose like a different name in like a different account, and then everybody just recognizes that it's him.
Right. Whereas other players like Tuvia and Asaf are quite different. Bag has all of his great names. That, like you said, pretty easy to figure out if it's him. So Lucas also 2-0, Bob the Rock 2-0, Hugo up 1-0 over Alperin. As we check in with our boy Diego B, bottom of your screen, going up against Drill, and a really, really nice connection there for Agus. 25-39 to 28-09. Diego going to Splash Yard. Very interesting.
Diego living and dying with Splash Yard. He's been doing this for the past 2 years, and he has enough success with it. I kind of hate when he uses it, but he still has success with it. He's like one of like 2 players that I'll not only allow, but I will also support their choice to use Splash Yard.
Yeah, and this version of Splash Yard has not been very popular for quite some time, but when you're Diego B or RF or I guess maybe Juicy, but even Juicy J runs it with Skeleton King. So Diego B going to the true old school version. The only real change would have been if he had, I guess, Tombstone instead of Brawler, but the Brawler version was very popular for a while. And Agus going with, basically exactly what you'd expect from this deck. The Snowball's the only little bit of a twist, but still should be just fine for him.
Ghost will not get pulled because the cage will come out, or the Brawler will escape just in time. Valk will be required on defense, so it is going to force, another 30 seconds of defense. Just that one interaction will just change how the game gets played. Force more defense, Bar Barrel in response along with the Baby Dragon. And that Magic Archer will need a NATO, otherwise that's not going to get any value. But the Cannon Cart does make it to the tower.
Yeah, Cannon Cart on top of the tower here as Diego B is trying to create just enough space to get that graveyard in the left-hand lane. But easy cleanup there with Cannon Cart plus the Golden Knight. So Diego B takes a lot of damage, does get a little bit out here, and he's technically in the lead in the right-hand lane. 2000 to 2002. Drill changed that story very quickly. Brawler goes opposite lane again, and now Cannon Cart gets on the tower once again. A nice NATO there by Diego B, but those Brawlers have just been running away from the fight a couple times now for Diego.
Yeah, just a brilliant NATO interaction right there. Recognizes that, yes, it's going to be on tower, but yes, he will be able to get the timing right, get the elixir for the NATO. That's one of the scarier plays, trying to gain the elixir when a Cannon Cart is locked on your tower, while also trying to get it Yes, that is a difficult interaction right there to pull off, and he did it easily.
Yeah, pulling that cannon card away in time before it comes off the fields, because if you NATO too late and it's already off the fields, it stays on your tower. You NATO too early, it can come back. And then, of course, dealing with the Magic Archer, which was a big-time threat there as well. So you know why Diego loves this deck. He knows the interactions through and through. Ice Wizard comes down to make sure that Magic Archer does not line up. And now the scales have tilted in favor of Diego, whose poisons and graveyards have been relentless and been getting a lot of value here. And that drill is a little bit too much spent, I believe, for what Diego has coming down the lane.
Yeah, and I really do not like the NATO on defense. And that's a really nice Baby Dragon NATO interaction. That should be game. Diego B using Splash Yard, having success with it. And just a brilliant game overall. Game number 3, and he pulls out a Splash Yard.
Yeah, definitely not what you expect, whereas the deck that we saw out of his opponent in Agus is exactly what you'd expect. One of the most popular decks in the game, one of the most powerful decks in the game. And Diego B just played it correctly, right? He never overcommitted too much. There was that one moment where he snuck the graveyard in on the left-hand side and then ended up taking good damage on the right-hand side for it. But then he kind of pumped the brakes, controlled it. Like you said, Josh, a really heads-up NATO there to kind of control the cannon cart plus the Magic Archer. And then from there on out, it was just graveyards of flying and poisons getting value. And Diego B stays alive with his, well, one of his favorite decks as we get to game number 3 here between Capgun and Doom. A little bit of fun BM coming out from both of them. Mother Witch trying to get value off those skellies.
Skeleton King and Skeleton King in response. So we are going to see 2 Skeleton King decks. One is probably going to be Graveyard. One is probably going to be possibly RG on the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, it could be RG
and
in both directions.
Yeah.
So Mother Witch, yeah, definitely interesting here. RG has been still popular, but definitely has fallen from maybe the top 3 spots. I guess maybe it could be considered that 3rd spot, but maybe that's reserved for Mortar or Hog, Earthquake, whereas the other ones are going to be Drill and Electro Giant. Air Surfer and Moogle. I don't know if that's Moogie or not.
It's almost.
It is almost Moogie.
Air Surfer going to be running Royal Hog's Delivery, Earthquake, Bomb Tower, Fire Spirit, and still be struggling against this Royal Hogs deck. That's the reason why so many players are liking, you know, Giant Skeleton, because you can look at this matchup, say he has no shot of winning, but then also recognize that he still has that shot. The Giant Skeleton is just so strong. Great defense once again. Fire Spirit plus Delivery will always be able to take out the Flying Machine, and all of a sudden, now that we head into Triple Elixir, the Air Surfer does have the advantage because he does have that building plus the Earthquake.
And looking at a quick profile check of Moogle here, it is not Moogie. He has a number 947 finish in a global tournament. And other than that, he's just got some Grand Challenge wins and a personal best of 5,600. So 10 GC wins mean definitely a higher PB than 5,600, but definitely not the accolades as his opponent in Air Surfer, who is now taking the lead by a bit and should be trying to run away with this one. Delivery probably going to come down up high, and there's the Fire Spirit. Nice little combination there, 1-2 punch. But Hogs behind the Giant Skelly, going to get cleaned up by that Bomb Tower. Air Surfer going to take game number 3 here, just barely.
Yeah, very, very just barely, but that's all you need. Game number 3, Air Surfer does walk away with a victory. Really solid defenses, and, you know, it's a good thing that we don't get to notice any mistakes, because some of those defenses weren't super easy, weren't super obvious. I was never sure if the Fire Spirit would make the leap, or, you know, would it walk to the other side. And if he messes that interaction up just once, he's looking at a game loss in general. So, you know, just a solid win, and a much more difficult one than he made it really look, because that was pretty difficult, and he just defended really, really well.
Yeah, that Fire Spirit interaction is really interesting. I've tried it time and time again, where you play it just up high right in the center under units, and I feel like half the time it'll jump, and the other half the time, like you said, it'll run around. So Air Surfer making something look a lot easier than it is in practice. And this Royal Giant going to cross the bridge and not have a lot to tank for it. Good damage coming in from that RG.
Yeah, great damage, but also great defense from Capgun. You know, the Zappies will come out, get a little bit of baby value. The Fireball comes down, but then all his other troops are putting in work. The Fisherman will be able to yank the RG, but not before it gets a shot. And more damage. Mother Witch plus Tower is going to be just probably too much, but this is a really nice push. If he has nothing in response, this could be game.
Yeah, there needs to be some swarm units come down. Tombstone comes down late and up high here, gets cleaned off the board, and that should actually do it there. A beautiful turnaround victory for Doom. It looked like Capgun maybe just got slightly ahead of himself. That Fireball on top of the Mother Witch and Princess Tower it seemed great in practice in the moment. But then, unfortunately, just the overwhelm came in. Great recognition by Doom to know that his opponent could not deal with all those swarm units. And now we check in with CMG Mini versus Angel. Mini top of your screen here. Looks like Mini won game number 1, dropped game number 2. And that Giant Skeleton almost sneaks on through to the tower. Those skeletons don't do anything for Mini.
Really solid damage right there with the Graveyard. Baby Dragon will go down on top of the Archer Queen. I really expected that to be locking onto the Giant Skeleton, so solid defense right there. NATO will come out in response. Hog will get a shot on the King Tower, and it's definitely not close enough where he has to worry about that. So, you know, we are going to see him continue to NATO it to the King Tower every single time. 50 HP separating the two players with 135 left on the shot clock.
And looks like groups B, C, and D have started their round at number 3, so Group A just trying to catch up here. And we do have a really good matchup that we can look for. I'm just going to set it over here. It looks like Line and Ruben in Group D. That should be a great one.
Ruben with 2 great matchups. Well, great for the viewer matchups.
Yeah.
That's a somewhat unfortunate draw for him.
Oh, and this is really unfortunate for Mini. The Archer Queen behind, Baby Dragon on top of the tower. Nothing there for the Ice Wizard. And Mini will lose game number 3 here, dropping him down, dropping a set this early on in the day. Not going to be good for him. We'll see if we can find him in contention at the end of our day, as these groups are starting round number 3. Like we said, Line versus Ruben is a great matchup there in Group D. We'll see if we can hop into that. And some other good ones in here. Pedro versus Wallace. Majran versus Diego B. Betfus versus Siak. Those are all excellent matches just in Group D, as Group D always seems to be pretty stacked. Take a look here at Group C.
You really could just close your eyes and just pick a random number, and probably I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna say 33, and then go to number 33, and we have Flash versus somebody.
One of the few that actually did not work out.
If I chose 31 or 32, I was looking at Wallace versus Pedro or Schwarzen versus Chief Boy YouTube. So I really was close.
Looking at Group C here, we got X Pedro going up against Tectonic, it looks like. Not sure who that is. Group C, though, does look a bit easier. We do have OVA Jonah going up against Javi. I recognize both of those names. Obviously, Javi Catorce, a CRL veteran. Inthrill also in Group C. Bob the Rock also in Group C. Air Surfer. Lucas is in there. So it's still Katashian. It's a pretty stacked group. Group B here. Look and see if we can find anything fun for you guys at home. Morton and Kevin RA. That's like a flashback match from like 2019. Let's see. Doom against Aslan. Aslan lost a set earlier on.
SB versus Demos and Group B.
And it looks like Group A is still figuring out the final parts of round number 2. There's Jose Hart Samantha versus The Lost is one in there. And it looks like we have Ruben versus Line and Lucas versus Dr. Crit are both lined up, just waiting for them to select their decks. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to do a poll or anything, but let us know who you guys think is going to win in the chat, Lucas or, Ruben or Line. That's a great throwback match as well. Two guys that have found a lot of success in their Clash Royale careers. Obviously, Ruben, world champion in 2020.
Ooh. Oh, okay. Do you know what bracket Lion is in?
He is in Group D.
Okay, that's good. I saw Air Surfer was in Group C, and Air Surfer is like 0-70 against Lion. So
wow. Oh yeah, they have their history with one another.
So I know Air Surfer is celebrating that he did not get in the same group as Lion.
Yeah, you got to wonder at that point, has it become like a mental thing where Air Surfer starts to lock up when he has to play against Lion, or does Lion just really have the combination figured out to deal with Air Surfer, which is something that a lot of people can't say they've done. It's Air Surfer, an exceptional player, but Lion just seems to have his number.
It could be that Air Surfer is so committed to the joke at this point that he's just unwilling to try and win.
I'd be okay with that. Giant Skeleton getting pushed forward here, so an Ewas has to come down right behind it, make sure it doesn't get too much value, but still value in. A nice NATO to pull all that together on top of that Giant Skeleton bomb, and then good damage from those goblins. So Ruben playing well here early. And that's another one of the combinations of that deck with the Giant Skeleton that really work out well. The NATO to pull things together, to chain on top of the tower, the Magic Archer to line up is what a lot of people do. But then you talk about that NATO late after the Giant Skeleton goes down to clean up a counter push. You love to see it.
Lucas does mess up the Ice Spirit interaction. He tried to have the Magic Archer walk with the Ice Spirit, not be able to take it out, and then have the Magic Archer get cleaned up. I know that would have gone straight to Twitter if he was able to pull that off, but unfortunately not the case.
Lucas always very vocal on Twitter, as are a lot of our pros.
But him even more so.
Yeah, him I would say a little bit more so. Magic Archer stays alive, so this Golden Knight does need a chain, but now chain out of range. So the Magic Archer just stacking value there for Ruben and still protected, even as the Ewas comes down. Magic Archer lined up on the tower, and still, Lion cannot get on top of this Magic Archer. He finally has to just bar barrel again directly on top.
And another drill cycled once again. Ghost plus Ewas putting in work, gonna take out the Golden Knight. Golden Knight at the bridge from Ruben along with the dash. Golden Knight going to be able to get the Ghost down in health, and we finally will see the reset from both players. So you know, Lion was able to defend the troops, but not entirely, just a rough go. And finally just going on offense is Lion.
Yeah, like you said, that reset was so important for Lion to get to. It just didn't seem like he'd be able to ever see the light at the end of the tunnel. He's able to finally take care of the Magic Archer, clean up the push coming in, takes a lot of damage, 10-17 to 26-21. As that Royal Ghost works down the right-hand side. And now another build-up push here from Ruben. And that defensive NATO, wow. I'm actually impressed with how much that defensive NATO just did on that right-hand side.
752, Golden Knight will be able to get the dash on top of the Magic Archer plus the tower. But what do you know? Magic Archer does still survive. So definitely something where he will be forced to respond. And there we go. We do see the Ghost cycled at the bridge. Nothing in response from Ruben. So he's okay with taking one shot and then just trying to set up that one big push. Just great defense from Ruben and just great knowledge of what's going to be happening. Can he take, you know, X amount of damage?
Yeah, Ruben has always been very good at min-maxing and finding moments to where he can sacrifice a little bit of HP to create a little bit of space or make up for elixir deficit. This Magic Archer lines up, gets a couple shots on tower again, now back on top of the Golden Knight, back on top of the tower, and that is going to do it. A clinic put on by Ruben there, and you could say the exact same about Lucas in the opposite screen. Every single time I checked in with that other matchup, it looked like Dr. Crit was just on his back feet. It looks like he finally got some good damage in on that right-hand side, 12-03. But for the most part, it looked like Lucas had just completely controlled that game. Inferno Tower putting in work, and of course the Ice Spirit, the Skellies. Lucas is one of the best cycle players in the game, and he goes with an interesting version of Hog Cycle, a pretty fast one, but still has the Inferno Tower in there. The Inferno Tower, like you said, seems to be back, which is starting to shift the Lightning to come back into the meta. But as of right now, I don't think the Lightning has quite made the leap, whereas the Inferno Tower does seem to be everywhere now, AC.
Yeah, you know, a lot of it is going to be the giant skeletons. It's going to be, you know, one of those somewhat long-lasting buildings. So even when it's going against, you know, the Magic Archer Drill cycle decks, you can just kind of plop it down and then just have a defense always ready. It's always amazing to have any kind of response to a Magic Archer where it can't be NATO'd in to allow for, you know, offense pressure that way. And overall, it's always been an okay answer. You know, there was always Bomb Tower when Bomb Tower was in the meta, so why would you use Inferno Tower? There was always Tesla in the meta, so why would you use Inferno Tower? But now those buildings aren't nearly as good. And so now it's kind of, which one is the best in this case? Well, a lot of the times, the best answer is going to be Inferno Tower. And it's just, it's a fun card to see. It's one that, you know, it's just been so long since it's been in the meta.
Yeah, and I think the reason why talking about the Tesla and the Bomb Tower specifically as we hop into the game number 2 here is just the spell power that is always relevant or prevalent, I should say, in decks like Royal Giant or Electro Giant. The Inferno can still get value, even if it's dealing with Earthquake, even if it's dealing with Lightning. The Inferno gets value, whereas, you know, Mortar doesn't get as much. Tesla and Bomb Tower definitely don't get as much. So you understand why with how dominant those other archetypes have been. That was a really nice kite there with the Fire Spirit on top of the Fish Boy. It's going to allow Lion to get this Bandit on top of tower here. As Ruben's going to get a shot out of... No, doesn't even get a shot out of the Zappy in the left-hand lane. So Lion up early here.
Something else will be needed, and there we go. We do see the log as well. So both players about even on Elixir. Ruben is actually up 1 Elixir, and Lion is going to have Inferno Tower for these RGs. Ruben will possibly be using Fireball, possibly be using Lightning. I forgot which spell he used in game number 1. But either way, Lion is going to have a lot of success on defense. These Inferno Towers and then just Bandits off to the side are just going to put in so much work against any kind of RG push.
Yeah, and then when you think about those Fireball cycles late game, the Dark Prince is going to have to be kind of the go-to response for Ruben to deal with those drills, because it's just going to be more effective with the splash damage, and obviously the Fireballs are going to be less effective. So we see a high Royal Giant here used to stop the Bomber in its tracks. I actually don't hate this play, but what does Ruben have to deal with it? Now an Earthquake comes down as the Dark Prince tries to skate around, and some good single Elixir work here by Lion, and then a Bandit has to come out to finally deal the coup de grace on that Dark Prince.
Fisherman going to be able to yank the Bandit, and we do see the opposite lane pressure, something that I really do like seeing. Archer Queen will go invisible, be able to take out the Bomber just in time. Invisibility probably won't be able to be used, but we do see the Dark Prince actually get in front, so we will be able to see the invisibility be used if this stays alive just long enough. But no, it does take it out, and we do see the skeletons just kind of used just in case he was able to get that invisibility off.
And on the other side of it, we see a bit of the cheeky, whatever you want to call this Expo deck. It is kind of the Expo deck right now, the one without a big spell and with the pump. And the double spirits usually is what you'll see, but instead of double spirits this time, we're seeing Fire Spirit, Skellies, and then Ice Golem instead of the Electro Spirit and Fire Spirit. I don't really love this deck, and I don't really love using this deck at this level. It just feels like someone like Lucas is going to be incredibly difficult to catch off guard or catch with a massive Elixir lead, but Dr. Crit's still going for it as he sets up another Elixir Collector in the back. We'll check back in with them in a moment, as there's only 90 seconds remaining in this game. On the right-hand side of our screen, Ruben getting some good damage in on that right-hand tower, but it is Lion who is in the lead. 5:54 remaining on the top left.
Yeah, Lion defending beautifully, getting a lot of damage as well. Left side of your screen going to be the Lucas Dr. Crit. Cannon Card, Mirror, Mortar, Minor Poison is always going to be difficult.
Yeah, and then you got the the Golden Knight in there as well that dashes on top of anything that you're going to put in front of that Inferno. So a really, really tough matchup, but also maybe not the most advised deck to play here at this level.
Archer Queen will be able to take everything out. RG placed at the bridge is not going to be able to do anything whatsoever. It really doesn't matter, but at the same time, you really don't want to be placing it at the bridge like that. When there's no opportunity for it to get through.
Oh. And the mini P.E.K.K.A connects on that left-hand side. We got ourselves a game here, 494 to 422. Now time for Lucas to say, all right, we've had our fun, we've had our games. Now Miner plus Snowball plus Poison. GG, well played. I'm moving on past this Expo nonsense as we see Line pick up game number 2. So we will be going to game number 3 with Ruben and Line. It looks like Lucas is going to take that set 2-0 on the left-hand side. And yeah, I don't know, AC, have you tried that deck at all? That Elixir Pump Expo deck, and sometimes it's run with Mirror, but usually it's like Mini P.E.K.K.A, E-Spirit, Fire Spirit, Skellies.
I haven't played it myself, but I played it against somebody who is running it. I think my opponent had like 3 pumps up on me, and I still was able to win just because once you defend kind of well, and he doesn't keep the pump up, and triple elixir happens. It's a very fun deck, but I've never thought that it was going to be like completely competitively viable.
Yeah, I think at the competitive level, you have to have so many mistakes happen that don't get course corrected, right? So it's like not only do they allow the pump to stay up, but now they've overcommitted on offense, and they've cycled their strongest unit in the back, so they don't have a tank. It's like all these things have to kind of line up perfectly with that deck, and there's just too many different things that you need to go wrong or right, depending on which aspect you look at it from, to where it just feels like that deck cannot do it at the highest level. So either way, that matchup is over. Lucas does move on. I believe he is a perfect 3-0 in terms of sets on the day, as we check in with Vitor in a matchup against one of his brothers, CMG versus CMG. I don't know who Sam Hero is, though.
I do not either.
We'll just say it's Samuel Basoto. He also says he's from Brazil. Clan tag. I doubt it, though.
Yeah, I seriously doubt it as well. But he is using Hog Cycle. So technically, there's a chance.
There is a chance. There's always a chance. But right now, not looking too good for Sam Hero, as he has 900 HP remaining on that bottom right-hand tower. Now this King Tower activation coming in for Vitor, who gets to let everything stack up in this right-hand lane. All of which not going to get good value. And, you know, a relatively nice push coming in here for Sam Hero. We'll see how Vitor wants to deal with it. Another Fish Boy going to come down. There you go.
We should see the Fire Spirit be cycled as well, potentially. That would be something that I would like to see. Log on defense is going to come down, be able to clean everything up. And he's playing this well. But I would have liked to see the Giant Skeleton be placed higher, because that Mother Witch is going to be able to lock onto the guards and get the tower all the way down to 121.
Yeah, and luckily for Sam Hero, that Mother Witch will get cleaned up, but now right back on offense is Vitor. You know he has a Tombstone in cycle, so he goes high Tombstone this time around. Zappies are there to catch the AQ, but nothing in response for the Hog at the moment, but one hit won't be enough as the Fireball comes down for Vitor. Nice game number 1 there between clanmates as we hop back into Ruben versus Line. This is game number 3. Ruben was excellent in game number 1 with drill, but a lot of magic archer work. Game number 2 was all about Line. Here we go. Game number 3. Royal recruits split early. Good damage on their right-hand side.
Gets the tower down to 23-29. Ruben going to be running Miner guards. The last 2 cards are going to be Fireball, Mortar. I all but guarantee it.
Yep.
And Line just going to be, Usually it's only a single spell for the Royal Hogs. So I would assume it's still Royal Hogs, but usually it's just a single spell, correct?
Yeah, usually. Sometimes I guess you might see two, but then you sacrifice a lot of that DPS, which is maybe why we're seeing the Musketeer in there. I don't think Musketeer is usually as popular with Royal Hogs, but maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong. As we see Ruben send a nice 7 elixir push across the bridge. Cannon cart plus bats, but doesn't get a whole lot out of it. As Wallace taking that tower, going to a 2-tower game here, which is not what Pedro wants. This will be an interesting 2-tower matchup. RG on one side of it, very good, but Lava Hound not terrible in a 2-tower game either.
Yeah, that was a very aggressive push from Pedro. I think maybe he could have held off on going with that kind of push and then tried to win it in a in overtime, just a 1-0 win. Because now Wallace is just going to apply pressure. King Tower is very low, down to 1754. Yeah. And a pre-placed Tombstone is going to allow for him to be able to just go in with the Earthquake cycle. So not a misplay necessarily, but definitely an interesting play to allow your opponent to get a free cycle of an Earthquake.
Well, Line very happy that he has those arrows. This could actually maybe be GY or Loon. Yeah, there we go. GY does come down, so it is the graveyard for Line instead of the Hogs, which makes more sense when we see 2 spells come out. But Ruben does have a lot of answers that he's going to need here. Dark Goblin, Bats, Guards. This is actually a version of Mortar that I love. Although the change is the Cannon Cart now being there, as it looks like Wallace is going to go for a 3-crown victory here. Earthquake is in, just going to take another Log plus Earthquake to take care of it. So we see a hyper-aggressive push here, but the Hunter is locked, loaded, and ready to go. Wallace going to take game number 2, 2-0 over Pedro, as we go back to Line versus Ruben. Those arrows and Snowball finding all the bait troops that it can. Finally get some good damage in there, and a dash. Nice dash from that Golden Knight.
Oh, and then a huge mistake with the Musketeer, allowing the Dark Prince to get the tower all the way down to 984. Fireball could come down, and that's going to be another lock. Cage will come down in response, but the Mortar will get one more shot, plus the Miner in the back will get more damage, and the tower will get
Cannon Cart on the tower. That is going to do it. And that all started, as you said, AC, with that Dark Goblin sneaking on through. The misplayed Musketeer just put Line in a bad spot, and then Ruben smelt blood in the water, and he went for the kill, and he gets it 2-1 over Line. A great matchup there between 2 of the best to ever do it in Clash Royale. So round number 3 is coming to an end, as it looks like a lot of these groups are about to start round number 4. We'll take a quick check-in with a bunch of these leaderboards, if you will. It's still early on in the day, so we just like to see who's found a lot of success. It's like Javi struggled there. Goes 0-2 in his set. Igor still perfect. Wallace still perfect. Schwatzen still good. Z still perfect. Ruben 3-0. Majran 3-0. As we hop into game number 3 here between Osama and Ash B. This is a Group C matchup, tied at 1. And Ash B taking an early tower here. And I know this as well as Osama does. If you're in this situation against Lava Hound, you are in trouble. So he throws out the good game.
Yeah, as soon as you start thinking, oh, maybe if I go Val Guards at the bridge, I can get a tower down, you have to realize that you're not in a good spot. Yeah. But there you go. Minor Bat's going to get the tower down to 1260, 1188. But that's one less air targeting unit in cycle, and, you know, just doesn't have a lot of answers.
Yeah, Ash doing the correct thing and resetting with that Lava Hound in the back. We see Osama go Musketeer in the pocket, and the high Mortar try to get this Musketeer on top of the balloon, but it does not work out.
And there we go. We do see the Valk Guards push that I was talking about. Gets the tower down to 2664. This is really what he was trying to set up, just the opposing or the opposite lane Valk push. Guards and Inferno Dragon in response going to be able to easily clean it up. And then, you know, Mortar cycled again. Technically, you can do something with it.
Yeah, I mean, there's technically, like you said, enough time to create some good damage here, but you figure the amount of elixir that will be spent in the left-hand lane will leave the right-hand lane open. Bats get zapped off. Minion's going to get some insane value here. Inferno cycle in the back. And I love what Ash is doing here. I mean, Osama just kind of has to laugh it off because what else can you really do? There's no way to break on through. So that is going to do it. Osama loses to Ash B as we go to Higher versus Sosa. We've obviously seen Higher earlier today, but Sosa is another one of those names that we're starting to see more and more in these competitive scenes to decent success. I believe Sosa might have been in our top 16 of week 1 of qualifiers, but you'll have to forgive me. It's been a lot of Clash Royale played since then. And Sosa, I think, just missed the cut in our first week of qualifiers.
Ooh, Valk not placed in time. Skeleton King will be able to lock onto the mortar, so that's going to be some value shots. He could have been in a lot of trouble if the Valk would have been placed correctly. Instead, both towers at about 2300 HP, and we will have Mortar, Ice Spirit, Archer Queen going against Slow Cycle, Graveyard Control. And the guards will get the opposing tower to about 2400 HP as well. So just a really good start for Sosa. Guards plus Valk plus Archer Queen whenever he wants to plop that down at the bridge. So he has every response necessary, but like always, Graveyard just eventually finds a way usually. And so it is currently anybody's game.
Do you think there's a matchup conversation to be had here, or do you think it's pretty even? I mean, Sosa does have at least the Ice Spirit to reset the Inferno, the guards to help with the Graveyard. But if arrows come into play, that could be a little bit more difficult. Who do you think has a matchup advantage here, AC?
I would definitely assume currently that the Mortar is going to have the advantage. Valk is just so good, and then, well, actually, I will say, because he probably has arrows as his last card,
yeah,
it does make the matchup a lot different. But even then, I still would assume the matchup probably goes to Mortar. But I did forget that arrows were the last card, and so it does make the matchup a lot closer.
So a nice catch there by Higher on top of that Miner. Miner going to have to start finding different spots. Doesn't have to worry about NATO, so maybe goes to the inside here. So it keeps up the pressure, which is what you have to do a lot of times in this matchup. Nice AQ last second with the Ice Spirit to reset the Inferno, but not going to be able to lock on to tower is that Mortar. You have Bruno and Hasael on the left-hand side of your screen, but with them only being a minute into regulation and with there only being a couple minutes left of overtime here, we'll probably focus more on Sosa and Higher, unless anything special happens. And a very interesting deck, though, out of Hasael, running a Skeleton King, Giant Skelly, Mother Witch bait deck with Goblin Barrel. Fascinating.
Really, really fun deck on the left side. No response for the Mortar, so that is going to be a huge Mortar lock right there. It will be interesting to see what his last two cards are going to be, because a Mortar lock like that does mean that your deck really isn't constructed super well against control decks, and usually those are the kind of decks that you're going to be going against in game number 3. So kind of an interesting choice to be using a deck that struggles against Mortar in your game number 3.
Sosa getting another nice Mortar lock there 2 times in a row. And now once again here to close things out, the BM coming out from Sosa. Not sure what that's all about, but takes down one of the best to ever do it in Higher. 2-1 in that set as we focus in on Hasael and Bruno. Barrel going to come in, Skarmy in response. And there is a lot of bait cards that are going to be cannon fodder for that Mother Witch. Because even here inside of the poison, she still gets some good value. Keeps all those units stuck right at the bridge. Musketeer, though, now supported with this Mortar. 1690 to 1866. Hasael won game number 2. Is in the lead here in game 3.
No Skeleton King to pair with the Skarmy that was placed on the board. Will go in with a barrel, but every time he barrels, he's allowing his opponent to just Skarmy.
Yeah.
Because he never really has anything else with the barrel. I would like to see him go in with a barrel plus fireball the next time he wants to try and do that.
I was just going to say, do you think that's the best play? Because every single time, really the only response when there is a tank down especially, is to get that Skarmy down. So We see the Miner trying to set the line here to make sure that Mother Witch doesn't get too much value. Now not enough Elixir for the Skarmy yet, so it has to be a Snowball. And pretty well defended there by Bruno, but it does feel like Hasiel is starting to take control of at least the cycle game here. And he knows what is going to be played when by Bruno, which means that that barrel plus fireball becomes even more appealing here on this next set.
Really decent defense right there, able to stop the massive overwhelm push. The fireball on top of the skeletons is obviously never what you want to do, but right there, that was really the only option for him. 1 minute left, heading into triple elixir. These bats always provide a lot of value because he has been protecting them pretty well, always putting out a poison, always, you know, taking everything off the board.
Yeah, that's a great poison.
But as triple elixir happens, this is where he can start using the fireballs in conjunction with the barrels, and then also potentially just using double barrels.
Yeah,
because that's always just one of the strongest moves.
Yeah, if you can double barrel with the fireball, it might be tough, but there's got to be something that needs to get put together here for Hasiel, as Bruno has been doing a really great job, really about poison value. I mean, that's kind of been the name of the game, is the spell value between the poison and the snowball, just always stacking up damage and cleaning up so many units. Sometimes it's the Mother Witch plus the Skarmy plus the Zappies, as we're seeing right here at the bridge. Now barrel comes down. There's the fireball on top. Does help clean up that Skarmy. Still not enough, though.
Yeah,
we are fireball comes down, 524. Sorry, what were you saying, AC?
Yeah, we are going to see the double fireball. Not going to be enough still. Hasiel doing a great job of making the game close, especially against a very difficult matchup. Any matchup where your opponent has Skarmy, has a quick cycle, plus the snowball, plus the mortar. I mean, that is about as bad a matchup as it gets. So for him to make it that close, it is pretty special, because that really, if you were to just solely look at the matchup, you would be able to say, you would know who's going to win. So to even make it that close is pretty impressive.
Yeah, and it was absolutely closer than I thought it was going to be when we initially kind of joined up with that game. But like you said, you called it out as it was happening, and then it was really the story throughout the entire game was just no way. And that was a really nice Earthquake plus Electro Spirit to clean up that wall breaker push. It's still not going to be enough. You're lucky going to take game number 3. Hasiel just never had a way to get on top of that Skarmy, and we've all been there before. That Skarmy, if you don't have a skill to take care of it, just gets so much value every single time it's played. And you know, it's also another one of those things we've talked about here for a couple weekends. Every now and then you're put in a position where either the way your opponent defends or offends, or just the matchup specific conversation, there's almost a no thought process way to victory. And Hasiel, like you said, had to do everything in his power to make it close, whereas it felt like Bruno was just like, all right, I'll defend up high, I'll poison where there's value, and I will Skarmy on top of the barrel, and I'll be coasting on through. So we are roughly getting to the halfway point here of our day. Round 3 is closing up all the way around the groups A through D. And looking at some of our top players in Group A, there is still so many players that are 3-0. This is usually about when, as you said, AC, the pedal hits the metal, the rubber meets the road. Sets 3, 4, 5 are where you start to really run into those really tough matchups, or even 4, 5, and 6, I should say, as set 3 ends. And you start to run into those 3-0, 4-0, 5-0 groups. You start to see some of the biggest names playing against each other. It looks like Group C is on to round number 4. And I'm going to tell you right now, Air Surfer versus Lucas. Group C, match 4. That's one that we need to see. That's going to be a great one between two of the best in the game right now. Both of those guys still trying to get their golden ticket. Also in Group C, a matchup that we got to see in Game Stars, I believe, and maybe even Masters last year. In-Thrill versus Bruzani. That's a great one. Two of the biggest up-and-coming names in the game in terms of the competitive scene and who we might be talking about a lot in 2023, and maybe even still some at the end of 2022 at World Finals. Sosa and X Pedro 15. Katashian and Mateo. These are some good, fun ones. As I'm going to hop over to Group D now and see what they got in round number 4. Tuvia and Pedro, Schwatzen and Prince, Sandbox and Kicks, Any games popping out to you, AC? Vitor and Diego B in Group D. That's a fun one.
I'm trying to figure out who.
Oh, here we go.
The player, if it's a recognizable player that Ruben is going against.
We got Igor versus Pandora in match 38. Let me see who you got here.
Oh, the Igor versus Pandora is going to be incredible.
Yeah.
I was looking at number 19 in Group D.
Number 19, Ruben versus...
But I was trying to figure out if that was...
I'm not sure. Let me see if we can... Wow, I have like 2 different screens and 2 different mice, so I just like did copy C on the wrong keyboard. But yeah, so those are some really good ones. I mean, I would love to see Igor Pandora or Air Surfer Lucas or even Ruben and whoever he's playing against. Those are all good ones. But, you know, Pandora, Igor, and Air Surfer Lucas, since they're already seeded and we know who they are, those are some great ones. Group A is still working through round number 3, as is Group B. So looking here at Group C and Group D. At the end of round 3, we'll see who's still perfect. Starting with Group D, we got Igor, Wallace, Pandora, Yuya, Schwatzen, Ascended, Z, Majran, Ruben, all 3-0 still. Furkan, Diego B, 2-1 in Group D. Looks like they could still make a case for themselves. So here we go. While I'm talking about the leaderboard, we'll see it here on screen. Group B, these are the names to be looking out for. And no surprise, Demas, Lord Seb, Morton, all perfect. Agony King, 3-0. Doom, 3-0. Agony King is a name that I haven't heard in a while, but there you go. There he is in that 6th place spot. Phoenix, 3-0, someone that we saw last weekend. We're going to take a look at Group A now. AC, not as many big names in Group A, but still some names that you might recognize.
Absolutely. We do have Nikoko, 23, going to be 3-0, so he's having a good, solid run. And then really, after that, not a lot of recognizable characters. Yeah, wow.
Yeah, I mean, that could be Coco RX and then Rosen Novel there, and I think that's Chief Keef. But yeah, like you said, very minimal of the big names. It sounds like we're going to hop over to Group C. This one definitely has a lot more names that you might recognize. Lucas, Pedro, Inthrill, Sosa, Air Surfer, Bruzani, Legolas, Hugo, Higher, all of them playing very well. Higher, though, the only one of the 16 that is not 3-0. So I think Group C is going to get very, very interesting as these sets go on, because every single group or round moving forward, half of those perfect players will be down one set. And then Group D, this does feel like the group of death again. Igor, Schwatzen, Majran, Ruben, Yuya. I don't know who that is in that 1st place spot. I do want to try to figure that out. I'll see if I can pull it up here. Were you able to figure it out who it was, AC, or no?
No, I was not.
All right, let me see if I can try this out. Looks like it was matchup with Ruben. There we go. Match 19. It's always tough. Let's see. It is a pro player. Oh, it's Grieco.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
There we go. That's also a great matchup. So there you go. Match 19 in Group D also is a fun one between Ruben and Grieco. And also makes sense that that's the person that's in the 1st place spot in Group D as well. Another exceptional player out there in the world. Grieco, part of FOV Gaming. Last year, we saw him at World Finals in the 32nd spot. He was number 3 in round 8 of CRL 2021. He also showed up in round 4 in the 8th place spot. I mean, he's a legend of the game. A number 2 ladder finish, high global tournament finish, number 7 spot. So definitely a bit of a legend. We haven't seen a whole lot of Grieco over the last several months, though, AC.
No, we really haven't. It's awesome that we get to see him in this tournament, but yeah, he's always been one of those players that was kind of just like known as the best player in the world, and then 3 months later, no one's seen him for a while, and hopefully we're going to see him in his best player in the world era, and yeah, it is kind of crazy that he just hasn't been heard from for the last couple months,
Yeah,
and then he's just back.
Disappeared there at 8,800 personal best, 88.79. Really right there, one game away from 8,900. And Rising Sun Esports is where he was repping for a very long time. When I said FOV Gaming Cup, that was a tournament this year that he got 2nd place in early in the year. He got 8th place in the Masters Challenge as well earlier on. So definitely making a comeback here in 2022 as Air Surfer and Lucas do a bit of a stop and stare. We'll see what they want to go to. It felt like it was always RG or Lava just a couple weeks ago, but we found out it could mean other things. Could be Graveyard, could be E-Giant. The world is their oyster as we sit here and just watch them just take their sweet time. So we're about to take into Double Elixir.
You know, it's kind of nice with how fast-paced this game is to just sit back.
It's true. It's true. It's like feels like when you start casting in the morning of a long event, it's like starting a roller coaster, and then you're just on the ride for 4 or 5 hours, and then when it's over, just like to sit in silence. So these moments are kind of nice as Air Surfer drops his champion of choice in the Archer Queen. Lucas responds with his champion, the Golden Knight. So Air Surfer could be going to Hog, as that's one of the things we see these two cards with the most, but also would have been a bit surprised to have him hold that long. Nice lightning coming in there for Air Surfer.
So
and Igor and Pandora on the right-hand side. So we have ourselves a great foursome at the moment as Air Surfer gets down his Royal Giant and recruits the 6-man, a 4-2 split, going to help clean up that RG, and a Graveyard comes down immediately for Lucas, as it looks like Igor has changed things up. He is not just stuck in the minor control world. He's looking like he could be going to Royal Giant, as Pandora is going Wall Breakers.
Yeah, Pandora probably going to be running the Wall Breakers Mega Knight deck. Igor probably going to be looking at RG, and if that's the case, he's going to have E-Spirit for bats, Tombstone or Log for Wall Breakers, and then, you know, the Skeleton King plus Fisherman as one of the likely candidates for defense. So just a great matchup for Igor, and I love what I'm seeing. Leaked Elixir is not something that most people get to say like they love seeing, but that's exactly what you want to be doing against Mega Knight. You just want to be hitting triple Elixir, and then just winning the game from that. So just a great way to start this game on Igor's end.
Yeah, and I love that you called that out, because it's one of those plays that you might just think, okay, well, he's just waiting for his opponent to make a play, but it's really more so about if you overcommit anywhere on the board against that Mega Knight, it can get so much value. So I love what we saw Igor do there. He waits, he used the defensive lightning, now the High Hunter to clean up both of those Wall Breakers. And this is what you love about watching Igor play, is his master of the micro interactions. And like you said, he has so many responses to get on top of those Wall Breakers. The Hunter is an addition, the E-Spirit plus the Log, the E-Spirit plus the Tombstone, just so many ways for him to deal with them. So Pandora definitely has an uphill battle here, but we've seen this deck fare pretty well so far in the Golden Edition of Royale Masters. As we check back in with Air Surfer versus Lucas, a pretty close game there. Lucas has got some good damage in on both sides and a lead by about 400 HP.
So there we go, getting aggressive on Lucas's end once again, getting the tower down to 1557, 1476, 1300 HP. And Air Surfer with 25 seconds left tries to get the RG behind the Giant Skeleton, will get a second Giant Skeleton out there. So it's now just whether or not he can get this to the tower. Lightning should come down on top of the Musk and the cage. We do see it on the cage, and the Musk misses the tower on purpose to get more damage, and 8 seconds left. What an effort.
Yeah, what an effort. It's really all you can chalk it up to, because Lucas will take the game here. Air Surfer just not able to put it together, even though a brilliant send there at the end brings the game within 400 HP. He just needed another Royal Giant shot to come in, plus a little Log love, and he would have been able to steal that game. But instead, we're going to game number 2. Lucas up 1. We check back in with Igor versus Pandora. Pandora did have a Wall Breaker connection on the right-hand side just a moment ago. Igor opted to defend the left. And now this Mega Knight doing work for that Mini P.E.K.K.A. takes care of the E-Spirit. And now the Skeleton King goes to the back. So the bats are going to get value. And now the Wall Breakers become even more enticing to play here, as Igor just has to deal with a lot with a very little there for a moment.
Yeah, that was a very nice play. Igor will be able to get that third shot, so he will be in full control. Lightning will be able to take it off. But just what an effort to try and get the tower down, to get the mini P.E.K.K.A on the tower. Miner in the back, how can he defend? He at least gave himself a chance, and really that's all you can ask. Because he had a great matchup. You know, he had every possible response, and I'm talking about the RG side of it, but it was almost a little bit too cycly. I would have liked to see maybe a little bit heavier, so that way he could defend a little bit easier, because the mini P.E.K.K.A shouldn't really ever be getting through. And so yeah, it was a great effort, but also just maybe the deck is just kind of a little bit too weak.
Yeah, and when you look at Igor and the way that he likes to play, I mean, that kind of makes sense, right? That's definitely more of the way that he likes to cater his play style to the decks. He always likes to make a change up to get more of those quick interactions, those small, cheap interactions. But as we saw a couple weeks ago, and as you guys saw towards the end of this game, one misplayed spirit can really cause problems for you, whether it's a fire spirit like we saw, I think, last weekend, or even just this E-Spirit right here being played too close to the Mega Knight allows that mini P.E.K.K.A to make the game a lot closer than it really ever had any business being. But Igor still takes the win as we check back in with Lucas and Air Surfer. Lucas doing a good job in game number 1 with the Graveyard. Air Surfer looking like he's going to mortar here in game number 2, as is Lucas. Mortar for mortar trade here on the right-hand side, and probably an ability pop here on the Giant Skeleton. No, decides not to. Just gets the one swing in, and the poison comes down, so patience shown by both these competitors.
Just a really solid non-use of the ability, forcing out 4 elixir in response without even using your 2. Miner will be in the back, 1 bat will make it to the tower, and there we go. Just a great start for to this game on Air Surfer's end, just playing this brilliantly, and also just a solid matchup overall. The Dark Goblin will be able to provide a lot of value throughout this game.
Yeah, and that all kind of came back to, like you said, that non-use of the ability allowed Air Surfer to do the bats plus Miner send with the arrows to clean up the guards, which is why he finds himself in a nice lead at the moment. But Lucas's Archer Queen work has been really, really great in just pulling out so much elixir from Air Surfer every single time, and then you see these basically non-relevant giant skeletons, or excuse me, skeleton kings crossing the bridge, and Miner will pull that mortar shot, but that Dark Goblin is in dangerous territory.
Dark Goblin will get that final shot on top of the giant skeleton, so it will be able to get 2-3 shots on the mortar and have the mortar not be able to survive and get any more offensive pressure. So yeah, just a great usage. I mean, just a great defense overall. The Miner even was able to walk away from the mortar shot. I mean, everything was done brilliantly right there, and just solid interaction knowledge.
So Skeleton Army comes out to distract and take care of the opponent's mortar, as Air Surfer goes for a full send here on the right-hand lane. Poison value is in, though. Miner not able to tank for that minion horde, as the Skeleton King and Giant Skeleton duke it out in the left-hand lane. Mortar provides a little bit of support, as Igor has tried to use the mirrored E-Giant already, but a mirrored cannon was a nice way for Pandora to respond. So also a fun matchup conversation happening on the right-hand side of the screen.
And so on the right side of the screen, we're seeing the Mega Minion be used once again in this E-Giant mirror deck. So I want to know what the reason for that is. If maybe, you know, we could really, it's kind of something to look at, and then once we see Furkan using it, then it's like, okay, there's a reason why. So until we see Furkan, I'm gonna stick with saying the regular E-Giant variant is the way to go, but if we see him using that, then I'm switching everything up.
Well, depending on what version that Igor is running, it could be the Earthquake version, it could be the Rocket version. I think one issue that I had when I was trying to play the Earthquake version, and I think I saw you playing it some as well, AC, after last weekend, was it doesn't do great against air. Air is usually one of the only times that you actually struggle with this deck. Even with the old version with Mirror and Rocket, you would do a little bit better against air, but at least me being who I was, I struggled against air decks without the Mega Minion in there. It was Skellies before and Cannons. So I think maybe that's the idea because Lava Hound has been a little bit more popular. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, no, that makes sense. Definitely Earthquake is going to set you up for struggling against air. And I mean, Mega Minion is a great card when you go against the Magic Archers, when you go against basically the Magic Archers. You need that Mega Minion. You need some great answer to the Magic Archer. So I do like the Mega Minion variant as a way to have like an overall good deck, but I think it just leads you to be like too susceptible to just quick cycling on defense and just cannons and mirrors and Inferno Towers to defend the E-Giants.
So Air Surfer not able to take game number 2 either here, as Lucas has just been doing excellent work with those minor poisons, and that's going to be a 2-0 victory here for Lucas over Air Surfer, who now finds himself in that one-loss set conversation. So we stick with Pandora and Igor. This is a must-win game here for Pandora. Perfect. And a log comes in to clean up that bomber. Nice job there. As a big-time pileup comes down this left-hand lane here for Igor. Giant Skeleton Bomb going to do some good work. There's the Earthquake on that right-hand lane to clean up the cannon. Giant Skeleton Bomb going to do a good job against the Mega Minion Plus. But that Mega Minion, you know, we were talking so much about how it's good to clean up Magic Archer, how you can use it for flying machines, but there sneaks on through to the tower and gets on top. 19 at 31. Earthquake cycle. The right-hand lane brings it down to 869. A perfectly healthy right-hand tower and 1103. There's the mirrored Earthquake coming down, and it's not going to be enough Earthquakes to fly in both directions. Igor going to take game number 2 here. I don't know how many Earthquakes we just saw in those final moments. I think it was 4 or 5 of them. Igor ends up taking that set 2-0 as well. AC, I think we lost you for a second there, but I'm not sure if you caught some of that gameplay at the end. Very, very interesting stuff there. Just mirrored buildings, mirrored earthquakes over and over and over.
Yeah, that's the way to play the game sometimes. I think it was Boss who tweeted it like 6 months ago. Did you ever watch the clip where Boss tweeted out like he won the game in 22 seconds where he cycled 6 earthquakes with the mirror as well? It was like earthquake, mirror, but a hero was on the board, so then it went skeletons, earthquake, mirror, skeletons. It was the most impressive gameplay I've ever seen, and it was just so disgusting because his opponent cycled an E-Giant in the back, and he just cycled spells to win the game. And sometimes that's just what happens.
Yeah, and you saw both of them recognize, all right, at the end, neither of us are going to get on tower. We just need to get as much damage down as quickly as we possibly can. Igor was in the lead there. Earthquakes are flying, and Igor takes it over Pandora. Lucas takes it over Air Surfer. And we're roughly halfway through our day now. Groups A through D have worked through rounds 1 through 4. We still got half left to go to see who's going to show up tomorrow in our final weekend of the Open Qualifier Finals. Of course, Last Chance Qualifier is coming your way next weekend. Same time, same place, but we are going to take a very, very quick break right now. Let you guys refill your water, your coffee, get some popcorn, as things are going to get even more interesting as the perfect players try to remain that way. Royale Masters Gold Edition. We'll be right back. We're just getting to the halfway point of our final day of Open Qualifiers here at the Royale Masters Gold Edition. And if you don't know who we are, I'm Andrew Guy, that's Joshua AC Sharon. We're here to cap this entire event, give away the final golden ticket for that 2-week Clash Run, 5-stage gauntlet, if you will, whatever you want to call it, that you have to go through in order to make it to World Finals. So Royale Masters is the last place to safely, easily, it's definitely not easy, I don't know, like, hopefully guarantee your way to at least that golden ticket conversation. AC, it's been a good day so far. We have seen a lot of the bigger names that we've seen compete in the last few weeks and even in the last few years of CR run into struggles early on, whether it was Ian or Mini, or we just saw Air Surfer and Pandora just all struggling because they're running into these very, very tough matchups with other team and pro players. Talking about a tough match we have right here. Morton down 1 game against South Korean pro Aaron. Aaron has a 2.5, basically a personal best, a number 19 finish on ladder earlier this year in February. We saw him last year in CRL round 1. He finished in that 24th spot. And talking about Mini, here he is against Star Takudo. So some fun 4-player action as Morton is trying to go to that big bag of rocks. With only 20 seconds remaining, it looks like it's going to work.
Golem unable to get the shot, but it does get the splash damage onto the tower. The cannon cart plus the knight plus the golden knight plus the baby dragon, everything and anything is coming down the lane, and that's exactly what he needs. Another lightning will come down, able to take it out. Morton takes the win and is able to push it to game number 3, allowing the set to be a true set. We don't want to see a 2-0, especially when it's going against Morton.
Hey. And the other big beatdown deck that we're used to seeing is, Electro Giant. With Mirror, we see Star Takudo using the Mega Minion version, and Mini going to the Tried and True version.
The cannon placed all the way off to the side. Earthquake coming in on offense from Mini. We should see the offensive Earthquake again with the defensive cannon. So it's always amazing when your opponent is forced to use the double cannon and you get to use the double Earthquake. That is a great, cycle awareness, however you really want to call it, from Mini to put himself in that kind of position.
Yeah, and it's crazy that after all that went on, you see that basically no damage has been taken on any of these towers. Mini still perfect, and Star Takudo barely taking any on both towers, 27-28 being his lowest, as 4 E-Giants work towards each other. And there's the cannon and the NATO, so now we know that Earthquake cannot be played again by Star at the bottom of the screen, but Mini decides to not get another cannon down. As both E-Giants connect here, that's kind of trouble for Mini, especially that one on the right-hand side.
The right side is definitely the scarier one. Great awareness to just wait for the elixir. He knew that if he goes NATO immediately at 4 elixir, the E-Giant will get back onto the tower. So what does he do? Instead, he waits, gets 7 elixir. That way he can NATO and get the cannon in front. Just a great play right there. And it puts him back in the game, but it's... When I saw all those E-Giants, the only thing that I was thinking was somebody's tower is getting taken. And while that didn't necessarily happen all the way, both towers down to sub 1500 HP basically, and Star Takuto in a brilliant spot right now.
Yeah, it felt like Mini just did not have the responses that he needed, and now having to overspend defensively again because of that Golden Knight patience from Star. And now Mini does get his E-Giant on the tower, at least close. NATO will pull it away, and basically no damage comes in. So another E-Giant comes down here for Mini on the left-hand side, as Stars works down the right-hand side, bombers to meet one another. And now Mini's setting himself up for the double cannon, but maybe won't have to use the mirror. And that is a rough bomber placement from Mini.
Yeah, there we go. We do see the E-Giant placed at the bridge, following the other E-Giant. And that Mega Minion staying alive. The 1 HP Mega Minion finally getting that last swing, 1191. Mini's E-Giants are just not making it to the tower.
Yeah. You see here the bomber, though, getting tanked for this time. Cannon placed perfectly to thread that needle, takes the bomber out of play. And again, we see Star get on top of the tower. He's actually going to take the tower in these final moments. No, a NATO pulls it back. Mini says, no, you cannot have my tower. You might have the game, but you don't get the tower. So Mini Minter drops game number 2. He can still go back to the deck that we just saw, which, who knows, maybe he'll think it matches up better now that his opponent can't go mirroring his buildings. And if that is the conversation, or at least a part of the conversation, you wonder what Star will want to go to in game number 3. You have to imagine maybe the Inferno Tower has to come into play then, because it is so effective against that E-Giant. I'm going to see if I can pull up the battle log here for these guys. So it looked like... Okay, so game number 1, Mini was able to take... Wait, that was game number 2, right?
Yes.
Oh, this time Kudo won both. Okay. The score was, I was like, something is not lining up. So Star actually 2-0s Mini. So I guess the whole conversation I was going to have is pretty irrelevant at this point. What were you going to say, AC? This time what?
I just got so excited that I knew, like, I had the correct answer for you. Because last time you asked me, like, who... I forgot what the question was, but I answered wrong. So this time I was just glad I had my answer ready.
Even though we don't know what the question was and we don't know what the answer was going to be, AC is feeling good about himself. As Mini drops 2 games in a row, the mirrored E-Giant deck in game number 2. It looks like the Mega Minion version worked out. Even you said at one point, you're like, there you go, the 1 HP Mega Minion finally taken care of. There's literally no way to do damage to it if you're Mini other than the NATO or your Princess Tower. So that Mega Minion got a lot of value in that game. And then game number 1, it was this graveyard deck that's been showing up all over the place. Giant Skeleton, Skeleton King, Arrows, Fireball, Inferno, Zappies with Tombstone and Graveyard. This appears to be the graveyard deck of the day and the graveyard deck of the current meta. AC, how do you feel about this deck? You a fan?
Sorry, what was the deck?
It's the graveyard deck we've been seeing a lot with Giant Skeleton, Skeleton King, Inferno, Zappies, Arrows, Fireball, and Tombstone. We've seen it, I think, maybe 3 or 4 times already today.
Yeah, so I mean, basically, what I'm trying to figure out is it's going to do well against, like, will it do well against Drill? And I feel like it's going to do okay, but it's probably not even going to do that great against it. So kind of interesting to see that be the variant that everybody's running. But I guess people are just thinking that that it's the best choice for them. Definitely kind of shocking that one, because Control Graveyard is always going to be one of those weird decks that never really hard counters.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I guess you can set the line high with the Giant Skeleton or the Zappies and then continue to use the Skeleton King for the drill and then the arrows if you really need it. But yeah, it's just a little bit surprising, but it has been the most popular one. So here we go, checking in with Morton and Aaron, tied up at 1. As you said, a true best-of-3 set here. You never want to see Morton go out early.
Morton using Snowball on his deck, so we could see something even as crazy as Loon Giant Skeleton. Just still kind of waiting on that win condition from him. Opposing side, Archie Queen, not an innovative deck by any means, but that's fully okay. We're looking for success, not really, you know, we're not judging people on their creativeness.
Yeah, and I was going to say, it does look like this deck could be the Mortar deck, but with Snowball in it instead as the small spell, as Morton has probably used Log earlier. And interesting conversation when you look at these two decks. You have the Mortar to obviously keep that Royal Giant at bay. You have a lot of great single-target DPS in the guards, the bats, and that AQ. Giant Skeleton Bomb to help clean up big pushes that come in front or behind the RG. So we'll just have to see who plays better here. As Morton's bats get some value while they can before the E-Spirit comes down. And that Lightning on top of the Mortar is an okay play, but Morton actually has a really nice counter push here.
Yeah, we will be seeing the Miner be played in the back at 3 Elixir or 6 Elixir or 8 Elixir. It looks like he's not going to Miner.
There you go. The moment that you give up on it is when he miners.
Of course, but that's all right. He understood that that was the best timing for it. Mortar does not get the lock. Archer Queen is forced out, though. And 22-17, 22-54. Both players are, you know, they have their guaranteed damage. The Miner arrows will always be able to, you know, to do something. It's kind of hard to catch these Miners on Aaron's side. And then on the other side, these RG Lightnings, once Triple Elixir hits, that's when it starts to get really scary. If he can ever get a Lightning on top of the Archer Queen plus Tower or Archer Queen plus Mortar, it could definitely, you know, move this game wide open. So he's definitely looking for just that one opportunity.
Electro Spirit used early on there, and again here on the guards and not the bats. So now we see Morton this time around use those bats, and that's exactly what he's going to need to do to get that DPS in on that Royal Giant before it cleans up the Mortar. Mortar going to help clean up the Fish Boy on the other side of it. Now Miner caught by that Giant Skeleton. 21-96 as Morton has taken control of this game. But he is against Royal Giant. We know how quick that damage can stack up. Bats now coming down. There's the E-Spirit. Aaron has learned his lesson, but the arrows predict on top of that E-Spirit. That's a really, really nice play by Morten, and a must play in that situation as he finds himself now behind by just a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic play right there. Bats will come down, 11:39, and this is where we start seeing just offense on Morten's end. He's not in the worst position ever. He knows his opponent can get one more lightning, but that's all the damage he can get. He's just looking for miners on tower.
Yeah.
Lock cycled.
Just pouring elixir on at the bridge. There's the snowball. The one bat connected before. The bats plus are on tower here. And Morten is able to take that set over Aaron, the South Korean, 2-1. And Morten did a really good job of just defending, trying to get minor chip damage in. And then when the arrows and the E-Spirit were used in inopportune moments, he punished with the other card that was available. So if the E-Spirit was used on the guards, he then got his bats down. And then, of course, if the log was used and the E-Spirit was still available, he got his bats down and guards down and the predictive arrows in. So some really nice stuff there from Morten, man. That was really nice to see from him.
Yeah, I couldn't wait to talk about that prediction arrows because, yeah, I mean, that's really special. You have to be making those plays. If he doesn't make that play, you're looking at an extra 1, 2, 3 shots from the RG. And yeah, just a brilliant call out and just brilliant play. Absolutely necessary and definitely a deserving win when you make a play like that.
Yeah, that's one of those. It's not an obvious play, but it is like a must play, right? That E-Spirit has to come down on those bats, so the arrows coming out. It feels like a dangerous prediction, but when you pull it off, it's really, really nice. And once again, if I look at Group D here, just crazy matchups. We have Bag versus Sandbox here. We've got Ruben and Wallace playing against each other. We've got Pandora and Gariko playing against each other. Once again, oh, and Ian and Seox. So Group D is the gift that just keeps on giving as Bag does what Bag does with his weird decks. P.E.K.K.A. Royal Hogs already with almost a tower down here against Sandbox. And I have to imagine at this level, when you know these players this well, you've seen them around this long, and they have their respective play styles, and Bag has always been an innovator, it's got to just be kind of fun to play against him, even if you lose, because you're just like, what on earth? How does he keep doing this? I will always love watching Bag play.
Yeah, you know, there's always going to be some level of that was kind of enjoyable, and I don't know if I've ever had fun losing in Clash Royale before.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's definitely going to be some sort of, why am I losing to P.E.K.K.A. Mirror? This is absolutely ridiculous. And yeah, you can have fun, but also recognize that that's pretty messed up to lose in that fashion.
And that mirrored P.E.K.K.A. just has enough HP to take that cannon card off its wheels. And I love the choice of verbiage there from UAC. You said P.E.K.K.A. Mirror. Even though Royal Hog's Mirror is something we've seen before, it is just offensive with the P.E.K.K.A. Mirror coming out here from Bag. But once again, that is what he does best. So we'll see how that fares against Sandbox, running a much more traditional deck. And on the other side of it, we have Jonah and Inthrill. Jonah running one of the more popular mortar versions out there in the world. The synergy between the Dart Goblin and Minion Horde value and pulling out small spells or big spells. As you can see right there, the NATO plus the E-Wiz comes down for Inthrill to deal with it. As Bag's level 13 P.E.K.K.A. brings down that tower to 877. Now Hogs come down the right-hand side. We'll see if mirrored Hogs are part of the equation or not.
Yeah, those mirrored P.E.K.K.A.s are just, and I'll give $1 to anybody in chat who can prove that they knew that the mirrored P.E.K.K.A. would one-shot the cannon cart, and they just knew that interaction off the bat. Because it felt like Bag knew that interaction. It didn't feel like it was by chance that his P.E.K.K.A. took out the opposing cannon carts. And so yeah, great win from Bag. Exactly what he needed to do. If there's anybody in the world who will use like a P.E.K.K.A. mirror deck and then actually struggle to have a second deck because he was probably planning on using P.E.K.K.A. mirror again or something in game number 2, it'll be him. But a great game number 1 from him.
Yeah, and he closes things off with the fireball, mirror, fireball, and NATO combination there. So good spell power stacking up for Bag. as we focus in on Jonah versus Inthrill. It's a nice NATO for the Magic Archer to at least line up, try to get some damage on top of that giant Skeleton King, excuse me, and still protect himself. A great dash comes in, and now the Golden Knight far enough away from that Miner, so a Desperation Mortar has to come down. That's going to line up the Magic Archer again, and the Golden Knight still gets to swing on tower. Great interaction there for Inthrill, who narrows that gap. 1311 to 1565. Nice pressure Dark Goblin here at the bridge. We'll get a couple shots.
We see the CMG clan have a lot of success this year, but we are also seeing Clan Peo have a lot of success as well. 1565 to 1180, a lead for Jonah and for Clan Peo as a whole. And it's just whether or not he can continue to defend. These cannon carts are providing a lot of value, but these Magic Archer NATOs are just so dangerous.
And then the Miner goes to the Magic Archer there, which allows the Golden Knight to dash on top of tower. So Inthrill definitely making a case for himself, and still 20 seconds remain. And now the drill comes down on top of a already healthy, or on the board, I should say, Dark Goblin that is healthy enough. And so Inthrill going to find himself running into a hard place here, trying to get just a little bit of damage on tower. He only needs 20 more damage. The drill should do it. There you go. 5 HP in the lead. Arrows come down. Goblin gets on tower, and Inthrill is able to steal that game. I don't even know what caused the last bit of damage, AC.
Yeah, that is one of those times where, you know, if you could just pause the game and just take a couple minutes to figure out what the best play would be, that would have helped Jonah considerably. No Miner on offense, Miner forced out on defense, you know, allowing your opponent to get the NATO interactions to try and, you know, not only get more damage with the Magic Archer on the tower, but also just NATO damage. That NATO damage was enough to give him the win. And yeah, just great pressure and no pressure by Jonah. It allowed his opponent to just overwhelm him.
Yeah, it's one of those really frustrating situations where you can feel the game kind of slipping through your fingers, but you're caught in a cycle, you're caught defending, and you're caught creating the only kind of offense that you know how to. And one of the biggest things I think that started to turn the tide was that Golden Knight getting a lot of value, staying on the board longer than it was supposed to. The Miner didn't pull it back, so the Mortar had to come down, but then that Mortar lined up the Magic Archer to get a few more shots in. And those small mistakes, you know, mistakes beget mistakes, cascading mistakes in Clash Royale. And before you knew it, Inthrill was able to turn all those around on Jonah and steal that game. So here we go, back to Bag and Sandbox. And Bag running Mortar with Bomber and Skellies. Hey, why not?
I was really excited for you to say the caught between a rock and a hard place. I thought I was gonna hear it right there.
I feel like I said it once earlier today, so I was trying not to reuse it, but I'll try to satiate your desire to hear a rock in a hard place at least at one point for the rest of this, and we'll see if Bag can kind of put Sandbox in that same spot he was in last game, where he just did not ever have a response. And you know, anytime you see Bag play anything, you're kind of just okay with it because he's at least practiced it, or at least you think he has. He plays like he has.
Yeah, I'm sure he has. I'm sure he has.
It's not just the random deck moment. Now Tesla coming out for, I think that's the first time we've even seen Tesla today.
Yeah, that absolutely could be. Bomber plus Tesla will be able to take out the RG just in time, and so he's going to have Tesla, Log, Bomber, and Mini P.E.K.K.A. for these RG pushes, so that is going to be really difficult to get past. Fireball is not going to get a lot of value, and wow, what a deck from Bag.
Wow.
This is a great matchup. He is down a lot of elixir, but his opponent doesn't have the right cycle, and so is forced to tombstone up instead of going aggressive at the bridge.
Yeah, this is a fascinating deck. I mean, so much about the conversation of matchup is figured out as soon as you know what your opponent's playing, whereas with Sandbox, it's like you have to almost take maybe 2 or 3 more full cycles around in Elixir and in cards to actually see what Bag is running. And now he's learned, right? I can't zappy up in one lane near the tower, or else he's going to rocket value it. He's got his Mini P.E.K.K.A. plus his Tesla plus his Mortar. He's got 2 buildings to deal with my Royal Giant. And we see Inthrill already getting some great flying machine value here, and the game on the right-hand side of the screen, but not too far behind is Jonah, who looks like his first lava loon push was to some success.
Tombstone.
High tombstone. That's an interesting tombstone. AC, any reason for that?
Yeah, so the assumption is that he was expecting his opponent to go in with a loon. The great thing about placing buildings at the bridge is that the interaction is really cool. The loon goes in front of the lava, your tower gets to lock onto that, and then it becomes a lot easier. The negatives with that is sometimes your opponent does not use the balloon with the lava, and so it does end up making you look kind of foolish sometimes, but that's okay. He was still able to defend fairly well, and he's in a good spot if this tombstone does pull, which it should, but it doesn't.
It should. It does not. That's a really crazy interaction there, so now the balloon will get a drop, and I'm actually really appreciative that I have you there to break that interaction down. I mean, even if it's one that, you know, I've seen before, in the exact moment to have you break it down play by play is really great. That is a really smart heads up play in that tombstone, but it's one of those situations where you've also seen people maybe drop a naked ice golem at the bridge and then you defend for a hog and the hog does not come down. So Jonah, you talk about a last second win in game number 1, talk about another last second win in game number 2. Fireball comes in just in time. 2 flying machines, skeletons, lava pups, mega minions, and a miner all ready to stack up. But Jonah steals it just in time as Bag gets the miner plus rocket. And that is a beautiful miner rocket, except it doesn't hit 2 of the zappies. We'll see if Bag ends up paying for that. Go ahead.
Yeah, there we go. Mortar on defense. Not even going to be trying to use the Tesla. Just setting up with the double bombers, the mini P.E.K.K.A. Everything and anything on the board. Rocket again on top of the crown tower, and Bag playing a phenomenal game, a phenomenal set. Sandbox getting 2-0'd, and I don't remember the last time I saw Sandbox get 2-0'd.
Yeah, and it's just so funny too, because like, you know that Sandbox is just going, what is this deck? What is happening? How have I run into these 2 decks and I'm playing the worst possible options? I mean, game number 1, we saw that mirrored P.E.K.K.A. get so much value, but then in game number 2, there's a Tesla and a mortar to deal with Royal Giant pushes that come in. You have a rocket to deal with anything that piles up. And that's one of the things I love about watching Bag is the decks are crazy, but they still make sense, right? It seemed like he always had a response for what he needed. Yes, it was a good matchup situation, but also you have the mini P.E.K.K.A. there, you have the rocket there, you have the 2 buildings there. It's just it's always fun to watch, and I'm okay with it. Although I'm sure Sandbox, like we were talking about, it's kind of fun to lose to Bag, but then getting 2-0'd in a set has got to be frustrating.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting thinking about like Bag and if he was to ever work with an analyst, because you have to assume it would be like a baseball pitcher looking at a catcher where the analyst is like, oh, I'll give you this deck, and then he shakes his head and says, no, I'll give you this deck, I'll give you this deck, and finally you do like a randomized deck that you made on like whatever website, and then he's like, all right, that's the deck that I want.
That's the one, yeah. So checking back in with Inthrill and Jonah, it's been a fun back and forth set with last second victories as this level 13 E-Giant is going to make its way to the tower, Golden Knight in tow. And a nice NATO there to pull everything together, but it doesn't actually, maybe needed to come down just a little bit sooner. Now Inthrill has a beautiful counter push coming down the lane.
Yeah, the Skeleton King will be able to protect the Skeleton Dragon and the Flying Machine. And so that Crown Tower will be getting wiped off the field, as well as getting a bunch of damage on this King Tower as well. But this E-Giant plus probably a Golden Knight or something. I don't know. This counter push isn't going to be that dangerous. The Flying Machine plus the Tombstone or the Mega Minion plus the Tombstone should be more than enough to clean this up.
As we check in with Cal, Alexi, and Ness T, who have both shown up in very advanced stages of the Royale Masters Gold Edition qualifiers, and I think we saw Alexi in our first group of 16, where he ran into Hugo early on in that bracket and struggled to beat him. Jonah, though, doing well against Inthro right now. 200 HP remains on that bottom left-hand tower, 1554 on the right-hand side. So you could technically say that Jonah is in the lead, but he still does need to take one of these towers. And he decides to pile up here his double E-Giants to help clean up all these support troops. And I imagine that Jonah has the spell power to clean up that tower regardless of his E-Giants getting there or not.
Yeah, he should be okay in that aspect. We will see what's going to happen at the very end of this game, though. E-Giant will be taken, but that flying machine will be able to lock on, plus the skeleton dragons.
And Jonah knows it's over. I mean, that first E-Giant, or I should say that defensive E-Giant that he played to clean up the pups, the Skarmy, everything was really, really nice there. But then Inthrill just sneaks in that second Lava Hound, and that's nothing but trouble with the flying machine right behind.
Here we go, moving on to the other game. Alexi going to be playing the Royal Hogs Road Recruits. Golden Knight getting the dash on top of 3 or 4 different troops. But just solid responses from Nesty. Going to be able to clean that up. Flying Machine will be able to lock, but that's not going to do that much damage. And he's at a point with a minute left where he can just defend out. Possibly, yeah, and there we go. I do like that he's not using lava, just going to defend.
Yep.
With 50 seconds, that's definitely the way to go.
So good fireball value there on top of the dragons, but doesn't get on top of the Mega Minion or the Princess Tower. So like you said, AC, I think Nesty can just kind of ride this wave on through as Cal Alexi needs to reset for game number 2. So we check in with Titone and Gens Aslan. Titone, our champion last week. Obviously in the #1 spot in points because he showed up in week number 1 as well. Didn't have as much success in our first Open Qualifier tournament as Titone ran into Ascended and then I believe Furkan in that first week. And then now struggling against Gens Aslan with only 82 HP remaining on that right-hand tower, but that's only game number 1, so we'll check back in with them in a moment as Nesty does exactly what we assumed, and he just kind of over-defends, does not Lava Hound up again. And while we wait for those couple matches to reset to go to the next game, we'll look here. It looks like Diego B and Asaf both decided to scratch their game in Group D. I think they both recognize that losses early on in their day mean that they will not be competitors really moving forward. So unfortunate that we're going to lose 2 of those great guys in just 1 round. Wallace was able to 2-0 Ruben, so that's a fun one there. Ruben has been playing pretty well in our Open Qualifiers the last couple weeks, but just has not been able to go past, I think, around this phase perfectly. Yuya and Schwarzen playing against each other, also in Group D, tied up at 1-1. That's match number 38. And Pompeo is tied up at 1-1. Igor's tied up at 1-1 with Chief Boy YouTube. As Group C, we have Hugo CR and Bruzani going head-to-head. Bruzani's up 1-0. Hire and Tourist are tied at 1. Also in Group C. And some of our undefeated players from Group B, we have Lord Seb, still undefeated. Dimas is still undefeated, but I think he's playing maybe against Doom or another one of our undefeated players. No, it's not Doom, but both of them 4-0. Gens Aslan and Titone, I believe they both have lost 1 set. Yeah, Gens Aslan is 3-1, and Titone is also 3-1. So this is a very, very important set for these guys. Whoever loses this set will guarantee not be making it to our round of 16. At least it would be very shocking if they did.
Extremely shocking. And speaking of shocking, we do see a wizard get played. And I was actually just kind of reminiscing over the past weekend looking at that deck. This should be the exact same deck that was used in the grand final. So far, every card has been the same.
And that was run by Titone that he found the win with. But Titone's matchup was against Lava Hound. Mortar going to be a little bit different of a conversation here. Most likely the last cards for Titone is Fireball and maybe Skellies. As we see Royal Giant versus probably Drill on the left-hand side of your screen between Alexi and Nesty. Nesty picked up game number 1 with some dominant Lava Hound play. And there's the RG coming down.
It really does feel like RG is even more popular than Drill at this point. It's pretty shocking to see because it felt like RG wasn't the strongest win condition, you know, even something like a month ago, maybe 3 weeks ago. But I'm seeing it time and time again. And I mean, it really does match up well against a lot of different decks, especially when you can run different variants. You can have the Hunter if you want to have a lot more success against lava decks or loon decks or something like that. So there's a reason why RG is so popular, because you can always make it work. But it is just interesting to see it have this much play, like an overwhelming amount of play.
And you see Nesty already calling out the good game, maybe recognizing he doesn't have the responses that he needs. The fact that Alexi has Fireball for that Magic Archer was supposed to get some good value and help defensively. And, of course, no building in hand either. So going to have to use the Magic Archer in conjunction with the Electro Wizard, along with some other ground DPS, and then NATO back. And that's just a really, really tough thing to pull off every single time. And Alexi... I mean, Alexi probably knows it as well, but Nesty definitely feels like he's already given or going to be losing game number 2. As we see against Aslan and Titone. Titone doing some good minor work here.
Minor retargets onto the skeletons, able to take the tower down to 1808. Solid offensive push, but not going to be able to get a shot right there. And on the left side, Alexi will be able to take the tower. I mean, RG is just becoming more and more popular, and for good reason. It's having quite a bit of success, and that really felt like an easy win. I mean, he played super well, but it was just very simple for him to get that win.
I wonder if a part of it, too, is how popular that deck that we just saw RG succeed against. With how popular that deck has been, whether it's the Cannon Cart or the Giant Skeleton version, the idea that RG plus Fireball can get so much value because the Fireball is going to help take out that Magic Archer and there's never any building in hand, that could be one of the main reasons we're seeing the resurgence of Royal Giant, because, you know, that deck was so very popular for so long. Maybe just part of the equation. Not 100% sure, as the meta always changes in Clash, and it's always fascinating to see exactly why. And game number 3 with the Wizard over the last 2 weeks. I think we saw Lucas run it one time. We saw Titone run it another time. And that Cannon Cart is on tower. That is rough.
Yeah, that not a super obvious interaction, but it was definitely... I will say I did know that it was going to happen. You just can't use the hog in that fashion. You can't have it jump the Cannon Cart when it is, you know, a tile or less away from the tower. It will be able to get its wheels into the tower range. And left side gets low, the right side gets lower, and Titone going to walk away with game number 2. You can get away with using Wizard when you're up in the set, but I just don't think there's a reason to use it. Even when it won in the last weekend final, it felt like there was better options, and you just shouldn't be using that in your game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Wizards succeed really great in one game because of the matchup specifically, but we also saw one of the best players in the world use it earlier in the day, and it wasn't successful. I still always believe there's a better option than Wizard. I mean, I even think Executioner is always a better option than Wizard, just because it's a little tankier, and you can clean up. I mean, who knows? I think both of them are super viable, but I just have yet to be convinced that Wizard is actually the way to go. We saw it work one time, literally like one time in the last like few years that I can think of.
When the argument is that maybe it's better than Executioner, but still people think Executioner is better, it just should show that maybe any other deck would be better.
So here we go, drill out in both directions once again, and obviously this was a conversation we had just a moment ago with the Royal Giant being so dominant. It's because of decks like this. you know, that makes it come back just a little bit. Or I should say decks like these, as I actually do not know what that second card is from Nestea. But a pretty similar matchup as of right now. I'm sure these guys have played through this many, many times before on ladder or GCs because these decks are incredibly popular. Guards rearing their head is always fun.
Great NATO to have the Ghost go straight to it. I saw an earlier game, I think it was Diego B's game, where he allowed the Ghost to get the shot, and that's something that I do as well. I know you're not supposed to, and I know you can always activate it. And it's a guaranteed interaction, but it's one of the weirder ones. It always feels like it gets pulled back onto the crown tower, and it's so dangerous if you don't pull it off. So, you know, a simple play, but a good one. Always good to get it to the King Tower whenever you can without giving up any damage.
Yeah, and I know exactly what you're talking about. It's like, yes, you should be able to 100% of the time be able to pull off that interaction, but like you said, if you ever misplay it, it just can end up costing you the entire game, whereas taking that one Royal Ghost shot early on should never cost you the game. So just doing a bit of the safer play there is Alexi, as the guards help clean up the Magic Archer Plus. We've seen Ewiz come down defensively here. And that's a pretty substantial lead already for Cal Alexi, up by about 750, 60.
Yeah, really good spot right there. Really good defense right there as well. Fire Spirit plus Bomb Tower plus Magic Archer going to clean it up nicely. And I don't foresee him trying to get any kind of cool Golden Knight dash. And there we go, we don't see that. And again, we're just going to see another Bomb Tower. He doesn't really have any great response to these Bomb Towers, so he can just set these up, get a lot of damage with the bombs, and then defend out with the Golden Knight plus the guards. But this is a dangerous push.
Yeah, this really is. I mean, this actually feels pretty dangerous in terms of that Magic Archer getting a lot of value, and Cal Alexi has spent so much elixir here and hasn't gotten a whole lot out of it. Now the cannon card's going to be taken for that Royal Ghost and the Magic Archer. Magic Archer is lined up, and that is an incredible push by Nestea, who just came screaming back into the game, takes the lead. And then we see Gens Aslan, Tatone going to Ram Rider, which actually, Ram Rider was really good last weekend. We haven't seen it yet today, so happy to see it back out early. And Cal Alexi kind of on his back foot. We'll see if he's able to turn this game back around, just as we saw Nestea do a moment ago. And not going to work with that Golden Knight dash. That's going to do it. Golden Knight still alive. Giant Skeleton close enough. And Cal Alexi loses the game with a beautiful come-from-behind win from Nestea. Turns that set around.
Yeah, I mean, he had full control over the game until all of a sudden the pushes started getting through. It's as simple as that. He just couldn't defend out. And yeah, just a really clean win, and just great patience right there to be able to just recognize that eventually he will be able to get through. And then on the other side, Tatone going to be running the P.E.K.K.A. Ram Rider. And you're right. I mean, Ram Rider just had a lot of success, and just P.E.K.K.A. in general had a lot of success. It wasn't even Mega Knight Ram Rider, but it's the P.E.K.K.A. P.E.K.K.A. might be back, and that's pretty cool to think about.
Yeah, it matches up really well against decks with Royal Giant, obviously. It matches up really well against E-Giant, and then, of course, the decks that we just kind of saw in the previous game, that drill spam with Magic Archer, Royal Ghost, whether Giant Skeleton or Cannon Cart be in there. P.E.K.K.A.'s going to do really well against all of those, and then on the back end, you have that Royal Ghost or Royal Ghost or Barb Barrel or Mother Witch to help clean up the Goblin drills. So, Tatone finding himself in a pretty good matchup here against this bait deck. It is not a mirrored bait deck, so that Barb Barrel should always be in cycle to deal with these Goblin Barrels.
Barb Barrel for the Goblin Barrel. Mother Witch has been getting a ton of value. If he has it in cycle, that'll be great for him. Instead, he is forced to use the Ewiz. If he doesn't have a response, no, he does have the Lightning in response.
Wow.
So yeah, he is in a world of hurt. These pushes will always be able to get to the tower now that we know he does have the light.
Yeah, that is a really, really nice draw here. And in terms of like what's really popular in the meta, it's almost by necessity that all these cards that Titone are running have found kind of their place in the current meta as well. You look at the Royal Ghost being so great for drills. You look at the P.E.K.K.A dealing with all the E-Giants or these big pileups. And then you look at the fact that Lightning is now in because Inferno is in. And just really, really great stuff here from Titone. And, you know, at the very top of the show, Josh, I asked you what was some of the things that stood out to you so far. And Titone did have incredible gameplay, but he also had really, really great deck picks throughout the entire competition last weekend. And you see it once again here against Aslan in game number 3. Aslan had no responses for what he just ran into.
Yeah, none whatsoever. You know, I was thinking, oh, well, depending on the last spell, maybe he can potentially defend out, you know, log plus delivery plus, you know, whatever is a great defense. It does stop 85% of pushes in the entire game. But when you have the P.E.K.K.A, when you have the Ramnar, when you have the Golden Knight that still has the ability available to him so you can't defend with guards, it's such a strong push, and when he was finally able to set it up, it worked wonders. A lot of his pushes were great defenses that had positive elixir trades while also remaining with 50% health or more. And when you're consistently doing that time and time again, and you also have a Lightning in your back pocket, it's you got to figure something else out, and you can't allow that for your opponent to set themselves up like that.
Yeah, and you know, I was actually just going to type up this matchup to Tasty Bacon, who has been doing a great job producing us, and of course, so have our admins been getting these games going and flowing. But Furkan versus Ruben, this is going to be a lot of fun. We also have Yuya versus Pandora and Vitor versus Bag, all in Group D again. So Group D is exciting, and now we're seeing, I think, maybe for the first time, the 6-man Royal Hogs kind of mirror matchup.
Yeah, I certainly have not seen this matchup consistently whatsoever. And yeah, it's great to see this deck having, you know, just people recognizing that this is the way to go. And it makes me feel better about... It really didn't make sense, but I always did wonder why no one used it. Like, it just felt weird, and it... But I was thinking, oh, well, I mean, if no one's using it, there's got to be a reason. But apparently there wasn't.
It's something that we've talked about in the CR scene for a long time. I mean, even back to 2018, you know, there was that moment where there was teams in the East running decks that just seemed no longer popular in the West because of small nerfs here and there. And, you know, these decks didn't really get nerfed, which I think is kind of the most surprising thing about it. Like you said, there wasn't really any change that happened. It just stopped getting played. And maybe it was because of one of the metas we ran into a little while ago. I mean, but even then, I can't even think of what it would have been, because there was like the Royal Giant meta, there was like the Hog EQ meta, there's the Mirror EQ moment. There doesn't seem to be one that just strictly counters this. Maybe it was the moment when Golden Knight was overpowered before it had kind of gotten nerfed and then fixed, because as you can see here, in both lanes, it's kind of been the story about the Golden Knight dashing onto tower, using the Zappies and the Royal Recruits of the opponents to chain all the way to the tower.
Yeah.
But that also still feels like a reach, right? Like, that doesn't feel like a reason that a deck would just be completely non-viable anymore and competitive. So, yeah, who knows?
Flying Machine in response to the opposing Flying Machine. Fireball will come out, but I don't think it will be in time. 233.85. Will the arrows be able to come out and finish off the tower? We should see them be played shortly.
Yeah, they should come out now, I would think. And there they are.
And there they are.
And that is, I mean, I guess a mirror matchup. Just the only difference was the spell power, right? That one difference in Elixir for arrows instead of Fireball.
Yeah, it's always interesting when a Fireball bait deck like that has a mirror match, and then the non-Fireball variation has the matchup. The arrows just get so much value with the shields, hitting such a wide, you know, just a wide part of the board, able to, you know, take off shields, also get a little bit of chip damage on the cage, get a little bit of chip damage on the Flying Machine, and then just get the value it needs.
So it did look like Graveyard here from Schwassen, top of your screen, as you can see the Tombstone with the Skeleton King along with the Ice Wiz and Baby Dragon. It basically always feels like it's going to be Graveyard then, especially with the Barb Barrel. And Wallace ready for it. Easy defense with the Bomb Tower Plus.
Tombstone coming out, should be able to take out the Giant Skeleton fairly easily until he uses the Earthquake, so no longer having to worry about the Giant Skeleton.
Man.
But that is an Archer Queen on the tower. Good game coming out from Schwatzen. I thought that the Graveyard was going to be a little bit too aggressive, but I was thinking it shouldn't be that big of a deal. But it also didn't make sense. There's no need to go a 7 elixir push, one that isn't really that strong. In single elixir. It's not like it was a giant graveyard push in single elixir. It was a barbell graveyard push, which just can really get logged off and then skeletons. Like you only need 3 elixir to defend perfectly. So it was interesting to see him use that much elixir that quickly. But I will say I am shocked that it was such a negative trade-off for him.
Yeah, I mean, you say it kind of perfectly there, AC. It could just be a log and skellies, right? A 3 elixir response, and then Wallace even decided to spend more than that, but he still gets the positive trade, and then turns things around. And that's the worst thing you can do when playing a graveyard deck is overcommit in single elixir, not get damage in, and sacrifice basically your entire tower's worth of damage. Because here's the other thing is, you know, we've talked about this a bunch as well, but Graveyard in a 2-tower game just does not do as well, even if it's against something like Hog, because this deck can still cycle those Earthquakes like crazy if necessary. So Wallace in a very, very good spot here, and he's just going to slow play this. Why would he do anything else? He sets up a Bomb Tower, now sends in a Hog so that too much elixir can't come in from his opponent, and then saves the Earthquake for defense, and he'll just go for that log chip. And talking about AQs getting on top of tower, we're seeing the same thing on the other side. Furkan, his Archer Queen puts in work on that left-hand side, and now a high mortar to deal with this. The Hog will get a hit unless Furkan decides to drop a log late or some bats, so he's going to get that log down. There it is after the mortar connects. 864 to 2196. No surprise on the left-hand side to see Wallace take that game after the early Archer Queen connection.
Furkan using Mortar, Archer Queen, no E-Giant from him. Firecracker going to be cycled on the right lane. Both players 4-1, so this is absolutely a necessary win from both players. Looking like it's going to be in the favor of Furkan, but a Hog plus a Firecracker, no Firecracker chip damage, but a Hog plus a Fire Spirit will be able to get the tower down to 1651.
And you see the low cannon cart here. Make sure that that Firecracker does splash on top of the King Tower, although it does not get a shot because of the log. And I still, you know, we've had this conversation for 3 weeks in a row now. And even before that, I still love seeing the Firecracker played whenever it's played. It's one of my favorite cards in the game. But I just do not believe that this is the version of Hog to go to anymore. I don't think that this Hog EQ deck is really the most popular for a reason. I think you have to go AQ Giant Skeleton, or at least Giant Skeleton, and then I guess Firecracker. But the Valkyrie Firecracker version just does not seem to stack up well with the current meta.
Yeah, I mean, you should just, especially in the Royale Masters Edition format, like, you need to be using your Archer Queen. You need to be using your Golden Knight, your even your Mighty Miner. They're the best cards in the game. That's why you can only use one of them in your deck. So for you to use a variant that doesn't include an Archer Queen, that doesn't include a Golden Knight, there's no reason for that to be the case.
Yeah, it's a really interesting conversation because, you know, we talked about that idea of always using a champion in regular duels format. There is an argument to say that you don't have to always use a champion, right? Maybe in game one you don't want to. You want to run your comfort deck. I mean, even for me, because I always go back to the conversation with Mortar, there is a Mortar, Valkyrie, Skellies, Bats deck with Musketeer and either Fireball or Poison. That's like an old deck. It was really popular for a while. It's a 3.0 cycle deck, and it's one of the few times I found myself not using a champion. But I do think in Masters format, because you can reuse if you lose, there's other great versions of all of these decks. You know, Mortar, the most popular version right now is still that Skeleton King, Skarmy, Poison version with Musketeer, right? With Hog Rider, it's still the Giant Skeleton AQ deck. I agree, man. I still think after all this time has gone on, we've talked about it back and forth, I still think you should use a champion in every single one of your decks, especially in this format.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I mean, you really can't get away with not doing it. And I mean, it really doesn't make a lot of sense. I think it always gives you that extra 2% chance of winning, and unless you're bag and you enjoy making your life hard, some people do. And for those, I will say maybe you shouldn't use your champion. But for everybody else, I definitely do always recommend plopping one of them in your deck.
We saw like that Archer Queen on both of those games just a little bit ago, so you can see even at the highest level it paying off as we are working through round number 6 here. This is going to be game number 2, round 6. I believe this is Group D. Schwarzen and Wallace.
I would potentially like to see if there would be a game mode where you could have multiple champions on your in your deck. Yeah. I think that really would be pretty interesting, and it's not impossible to make that a thing. Like maybe you could have like a maximum of 2, and then you have like one ability on the left side, one ability on the right side of your screen. I think there's a lot of possibilities for that to be super enjoyable, and I see a lot of possibilities for that to be not healthy for the game whatsoever.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough situation to be in. I would at least like to see a challenge to try it out, even if it was like a mega deck challenge, and they just allowed 2 champions to be in. I think that'd be super fun. But not the case here at Royale Masters. It is just 1 champion per squad, and you can see both of these guys deciding to lean into what we were talking about. You can see Schwarzen going with the Golden Knight, and Wallace with a very aggressive Graveyard Inferno at the bridge and an E-Giant to clean all that up. Wow, that is a really odd push to come out from Wallace, maybe just not recognizing the cycle of his opponent. He should have known the cards that were available.
Yeah, that's a 9 elixir push. The Zappies will be able to defend it fairly easily, but that is going to be a brawler on the left side, and he will be able to get the Skeleton King up. No, he does go in with the arrows on defense. So Schwarzen up 5 elixir, 300 damage. Now only 3 elixir. And he made it to triple elixir with E-Giant. There's no reason to use a Valk/Skeleton King Graveyard control deck and then not play it like a control deck.
Yeah, and a great job here by Wallace, recognizing that the Mother Witch would come down, but then giving a lot of value to that Lightning, and now the Mother Witch stacking up those Skellies, so a really great back and forth there between the two of them, where Schwarzen is able to turn that into a lot more damage for him, now 2171 to 2647, and yeah, I agree, AC. It does feel like if you're going to at least put that push together, I guess at the very bare minimum, you should at least have stacked souls on a Skeleton King. But Wallace went super aggressive and definitely paid for it early on. And now we see the reset here.
Wow, Inferno Dragon used on top of the Golden Knight, but the Golden Knight didn't have a dash, and it only had about, like 5% of its health left. So kind of a surprising Inferno Dragon to see popped over the middle of the board. And Wallace just kind of resetting right now, trying to set himself up as this game goes on. And we haven't seen the last card. It's often Fireball, but you would assume he would try and use it on these Magic Archers that continue to get placed over the middle of the board.
Oh, and look at that. Zappies chain that Golden Knight to the tower. And yeah, it's interesting. That Magic Archer, it almost keeps pulling out the Inferno Dragon, but then the Inferno keeps getting lightning off the board. The Magic Archers keep getting value over and over and over. So Wallace maybe just caught between a rock and a hard place on where to use his spells. And there's the Fireball that finally comes out. Nice Fireball value there on top of the Mother Witch and the Magic Archer.
Lightning going to come down on 2 of the Zappies. Not going to be able to take out all 3, but that is all right. Skeleton King does collect all the souls that he needs to in order to pop his ability. Not going to happen, though, because the Magic Archer will be able to fully take it out. Fireball Graveyard will finally come down, and Mother Witch will be cleaned up. But, you know, he does have the advantage currently. But still not a perfect spot for him. This should be an easy win when you look at the overall matchup. For Wallace, just because he has all the responses that he needs to. But Schwarzen has done a great job of applying pressure and getting the E-Giants to just, you know, give him a chance.
And there you go, E-Giant up high to set the line again here for Schwarzen. But there is a misplaced fireball by Wallace activating the King Tower. And with 15 seconds remaining, I guess that's when you want to make that mistake. 14:48 to 14:56. No lightning comes in here. Schwarzen thinks he can get more damage out of just going for the tower. And there's the fireball in. And I cannot believe that Schwarzen did not lightning the left-hand lane. That is crazy to me.
That is one of the biggest mistakes I've seen in the competitive scene in the past year. I mean, that is a simple lightning on the left side, automatic win. You have sub 10 seconds left. Your opponent is at the exact same amount of elixir, or at the exact same amount of tower HP. And what does more damage, a fireball or lightning? And it looks like Schwarzen forgot.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I guess I understand the idea of lightning on the right-hand side because he thought he would have maybe got more damage. But, like, you know, as you said, as Eric has said, as a lot of the other great coaches and players have said, you got to go for the sure thing. And you know that lightning is going to do more damage than maybe the E-Giant getting on the tower. And E-Giant does not get there. So a very shocking mental mistake there by Schwarzen. And we spend the rest of Pandora and Yuya's game number 1 kind of harping and reminiscing on the game that we just saw. But Pandora does come out on top here, ahead by about 430 HP. Yeah, that was...
Oh, that was game 2.
Oh, that was game 2. Wow.
Yeah, Pandora with the sweep.
Yeah, that... I don't know, man. That's a tough one. Schwarzen also... he's not like a super vocal person on Twitter, but he does pop up. I'll be curious to see if he says anything about that, because that's just a rough mental mistake that cost him that game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm trying to figure out, do we know if that is his second loss or his first loss?
Let me see if I can pull up his profile here. Schwarzen against Wallace. That was his first loss.
Okay.
It looked like he beat Yuya before that, and now he just lost to Wallace running the... Oh, no. That's the second loss, I think, actually, because this is the previous game. So, wow. So maybe the light's getting to him, huh?
Yeah, unfortunately, that's going to be the end of his run for today, and just in the tournament, you know, in the first portion of the tournament in general, and just... What a way to go out. Not what you want to see from him. Always want to see him succeed and be able to pull something crazy off. And unfortunately, just not the case.
Yeah, it's just one of those surprising mental mistakes, right? We don't see them that often, especially one as clear cut as that. Like you said, you know which one does more damage. You know who has more spell power. You know where the elixir's at. You know where the towers are at. All that stuff. So really a rough spot there. So here we go. I'm finally getting the chat pulled up for the first time today. And someone's saying that they're laughing their butt off watching Bag play in this tournament. Hey, us too. We're enjoying it. We love watching Bag play. We also got someone here asking, why are there 2 sides? Well, we realize that you guys want to see as much gameplay as possible. And while it might hurt some of the casting because we're hopping back and forth and we might miss a moment in either side, luckily for you guys, especially on VOD, you can always just play it back and watch these matches over and over. You can catch every bit of action. And I love it too, because while we're in the qualifier stage, there are so many matches that matter. And so, I mean, still even at the end of the day, with 2 screens going, I'd say we catch maybe, what, 10% of the entire matches that are actually played? Probably even a less percentage than that.
Yeah.
So
yeah, probably even less.
Yeah, so we just try to give you guys as much as we possibly can. It looks like round 6 is coming to an end, as we're going to hop into a game here in just one moment. Yeah, round 6 is underway for all the groups, and round 7 should be starting very soon for at least a couple of them. As we hop into game number 3, Vitor and Bag. And Bag doing what Bag does against 3M Mirror Pump. And what an interesting start to a game here, AC.
Wow, the Skeleton King able to take 2 of the Musketeers down super low in health. The last E-Barb is able to get that low, but this counter push is going to be nasty. I don't know if he's going to be able to stop this at all. This double heal spirit actually might win the game for him.
Yeah, that heal spirit mirrored in should do it. Night Witch will be enough to stop the bleeding for at least a moment. 640 remains on the King Tower here for Bag. And a level 13 Elixir Pump is on the board. So Vitor still very, very much in the lead here in all facets of that word.
Yeah, so he still does have a chance. We are going to see... this is just so tough for him at this point.
Yeah.
Vitor has so many different options available to him. Does he want to try and go double pump, double 3 musk? I would like to see the double pump right here. I think that's probably going to be the best method to winning and just guaranteeing a win. But instead, we do see the 3 Musketeers placed over the middle. Does get hit by the Skeleton King, and so it will be taken out that way. But just kind of an easy position for him right now.
Yeah, I definitely agree with what you're saying there. It would have been nice to see the second pump come down, but instead opts to get Musketeers out and then mirrored 3 Musketeers here in the back as the Elixir Golem works down the left-hand lane. Elixir Golem E-Barbs. You'd love to see it. And I just have no idea how on earth Bag expects to survive any of this as he just eats those 2 Musketeers on the right-hand side.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if he wants to go E-Golem in the middle, and that's exactly what he is going to do. Rage will come down, but the Zap is going to be able to hit everything, and that was a gift in terms of Elixir.
Yeah, I mean, there's just no way. There's 20 Elixir on the board. You just handed him 4 more. Like you said, a gift in terms of Elixir. Bag calls the good game. He goes with a E-Barbs, E-Golem, Skeleton King deck in game number 3 against Vitor, and that's why you love Bag. And yeah, it'd be nice to see him work with an analyst, but you also know he probably wouldn't really listen.
I would just get so tired of hearing, no, I got this, as an analyst.
That's probably why he doesn't really work with one. As we see Osama and Giovanna King in a must-win situation here in their game number 3 of round number 6. They are both obviously at 1 here. When you look at their records, they have both lost 1 set earlier today, so this is also a must-win situation for both of these guys. Only 2 more rounds remain. So you do not want to find a loss now.
So I'm going to be running, and that does get to the tower. So I'm going to be running a Hunter, Bomber, Inferno Dragon variant instead of the mirror variants that we are often seeing right now. And that's going to have even more success than the normal variants in this specific matchup. The Hunter will always be able to provide value. Inferno Dragon always providing value. Bomber always getting value. And then the Golem is just going to struggle quite a bit. Always... I mean, you're always going to be able to go on offense with the E-Golem variant, and that is what you like to see when you're an E-Golem player.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening right now. Elixir Giant back on offense. Even if it doesn't get the tower, still pulls out so much. And then, like you said, the responses from Osama. He has the Inferno Dragon. He has the Hunter. The Bomber's going to do good DPS. And, of course, that Goblin Cage still going to be enough to distract and then goes right back on the offense. As he said, again, AC. Hunter comes down once again. And now we're going to another game here. Rara Avis against, not 100% sure who this is. Be able to look it up in just one moment for you guys.
Cool. the Golem into the Double Hunter Inferno Dragon. Obviously not what Yvonne King wants to be seeing, and we do see the Lightning come out from Osama. Brilliantly played, and just a great deck choice in game number 3. I mean, I don't know if he was predicting Golem, if he's been looking at the matchups and trying to figure out what his opponent would be running in a game number 3, but to go Hunter Inferno Dragon Lightning and get matched up against a Golem slow cycle, I mean, that is everything you could ask for and more.
Yeah, a weird deck, but definitely seems to be a great choice as we're going to Ta versus RoyaleMSTRS. They're both undefeated in Group A, so as we've been saying in round number 6, you want to keep riding that wave. Technically, at this point, being 6-0 and 5-0, they could lose one set and still make it on through, but then that becomes the conversation of your fate being in someone else's hands, not in your own. Arrow's looking for that Dark Goblin, but Dark Goblin does get some good value in, and even though the Mighty Miner is not the best cleanup for a graveyard, does a really dang good job right there as another drill, or excuse me, as another barrel comes in. Goblins get no stab. Snowball. Nice time.
Are we going to see anything else be played? We do see the Inferno Tower, so no more offense, just trying to get the reset. Fire Spirit going to come down, allow for him to go on offense, and I like this. You can easily defend with a Log plus Dark Goblin, honestly probably even the Dark Goblin just by itself, and you're also taking the tower with the Goblin Barrel, so just great offensive pressure while remaining with the needed elixir in order to still defend. Great game number 3, and this is Ta, correct?
Yeah, that is Ta.
Okay, yeah, a great game number 3 from Ta to move up the rankings.
Yeah, and a nice Inferno Tower there just to set the line at the end. Ended up being a predictive Inferno Tower as the mortar did come down, but was pretty much all sewn up at that point. Group D, match number 17. We have Igor and Wallace. I would absolutely love to see that once those guys get going. We have Pandora versus Adriel in Group C as well. But that matchup, number 17 in Group D, that is a fun one for you guys. We also have Line going up against Kulkin, it looks like. Ruben against Sam Hero. So some other ones, but maybe a little bit lower priority. And then it looks like, I believe, that is going to be Guriko versus Sandbox in matchup 5 of Group D. So both of those, once again, Group D coming through with the stacked lineup. As we are starting round number 7, we have Inthril and Paradox in Group C. There's a fun matchup there. Hugo and Dexter's is a good one. Trying to get Igor versus Wallace and Bruzani versus Clown, who are both undefeated in Group C. But yeah, the other one on there would be a nice, fun one. Air Surfer and Thomas. So Air Surfer not having a great day once again, even if he has been able to turn things around. I don't believe Thomas has been absolutely dominating. So yeah, Air Surfer already 4-2 going into his 7th set. So tough stuff from him.
I was looking at Group D, and I was trying the method of just picking a random number, and I missed it again. I picked two players that aren't super popular. So I'm thinking that is not the way to go.
It's not quite the way to go, apparently.
Yeah, but it really is close. If I had picked one lower, I would have got Pandora versus Adriel.
And that is a good one also. Adriel has been playing a bit more. So let's take a look here at the standings as these groups kind of get situated for their round number 7, the second to last round, the penultimate round, if you will. This is Group A. And Arden Toa still 5-1. Chief Keef going to be at 4-2. Goko 5-1. Rosen Novel 5-1. But really in this top group, I mean, I guess that's Ta in that second place spot at 6-0. But Jose Hart Samantha having a great day. Rara Avis, as you saw, just fell to 5-1. And yeah, it kind of does it for Group A. Let's take a look here at Group B, AC.
Group B, we do have Cal Lord Seb at 6-0, BK Paolo at 6-0 as well. Other notable names: Dimas, Doom, Morton, Nico, all 5-1. But then we immediately go to 4-2 with Hajime, Titone, A lot of really solid players in Group B.
Yeah, it looked like Tatone was still at 4-1. I don't know if that's because he's still playing a game or not, but this is the other matchup that one of our producers was trying to pull. Bruzani versus Clown, both undefeated in Group C, so that should be a great matchup. Hugo, Lucas, a lot of other good names, big names still in the mix there, but a lot of, as you can see, a lot of players have fallen to that wins but one set loss. Pandora, Furkan being the highest at 5-1, along with Schwatzen and Vitor and Ian. Ian lost that set early on, but then it's Wallace and Igor, both 6-0. So we should have exactly what you want to see. 2 6-0 matchups between Wallace and Igor. Looks like we had the game for 1 second. We're hopping back around. There we go. Right back into it. As we have E-Giant on one side, Royal Giant on the other. And Igor is going with the Mega Minion version again with Goblin Cage instead of Cannon. So, you know, a bit of a change up in terms of what we're expecting out of the most popular E-Giant deck. And also we're seeing Lightning instead of Rocket or Earthquake.
Absolutely. I just want to say that I was fully prepared to use like echolocation in order to cast the game just off game sounds. Did
you unplug your monitor like I did last week?
Just when I saw the graphic go back to that, I was actually kind of excited because I've always wanted to test if I could cast a game without seeing the troops and just like hearing the game sounds. I've done one of those YouTube videos and scored pretty well.
Yeah, I have enjoyed the YouTube content where one person is playing the game and another person is trying to talk them through it. I think that's always a lot of fun. It is crazy how much this game does come down to muscle memory at that point, but the fact that you can't really respond to anything in the moment takes a big layer of the competitive out of it. So Igor and Wallace most likely both staring at their screens and not having someone relay the information to them, as we see Wallace set up for a giant skeleton at the bridge, and we see Igor mirror that Mega Minion in the back. Nice lightning value here, and that E-Giant with the NATO, nice NATO there from Igor, will allow it to get on tower and the swing of the Mega Minion, but instead has to play the Archer Queen. So this deck faring well for Igor as of right now. Wallace going to have to reset. Still in the lead, but feels like he was on his back foot for the last minute or so.
Yeah, that level 13 Mega Minion took a healthy chunk out of the Archer Queen's health. If it had gotten that second shot, I'm pretty sure it would have taken it out. So we can... The double Mega Minions, wow, misses the lightning right there, so that's pretty important. But the double, or the mirrored Mega Minion feels like the pre-nerf Mega Minion that when it was just released, when it used to do so much damage and take, you know, 50% of your health of your giant away in one shot. So these level 13 Mega Minions are just super deadly, and it does make sense why Mega Minion gets switched in with the mirror deck when you see how much damage they do.
Yeah, it's actually really cool to see with what you're talking about, AC, you know, because when Mirror came into the game, you know, the biggest problem, or I should say Mirror came back into the game, the biggest problem was obviously the mirrored Earthquakes. We saw that get fixed right away. And then it became the mirrored Rockets, the mirrored Bombers, the mirrored Earthquakes after the nerf, still working out well with E-Giant. But the idea of this deck and using the mirrored Mega Minions is kind of one of those cool, you know, Pro figures this out first, X-Pro figures this out first, and then kind of changes the meta. And you saw there Igor doing a great job. It's also a good cycle. It only costs 4 elixir in that moment. If you don't have anything better to play, you get that level 13 Mega Minion down in the lane that you want to work towards or defend. And then, of course, late game there against the Fisherman, that NATO worked a couple times in Igor's favor to pull that Fish Boy just close enough to the tower and allow that E-Giant to get on through. And wow, that is also a brilliant lineup with that Golden Knight. Ends up finally turning around there at the end, but great damage in.
Yeah, just a brilliant game from Igor overall, and a really nice response to kind of a mistake on Clown's side. Fisherman did pull the E-Giant closer, and it allowed for the Golden Knight to get the dash. But overall in Igor's game, I mean, it was incredible to see what he was able to do against that Fisherman. A lot of times people struggle against it. I was worried even at the end where, you know, he could have possibly like protected the Fisherman by placing a troop at the bridge, and then it wouldn't have been able to lock into the E-Giant. And I was thinking, oh, maybe that's a mistake, but it really didn't matter because he was so efficient, so, you know, so solid with his interaction knowledge, where he knew that he could just get the NATO timing right, and then it really wouldn't matter that there was a fisherman trying to pull his troop.
Yeah, I do absolutely love that NATO timing that he pulled off a couple times in that game, and that really allowed that E-Giant to become such a bigger threat. And now Bruzani in a little bit of trouble after Clown does some great job up high on that Inferno Dragon, but you see there down low, the Bomber will work out. Level 13 Bomber doesn't get cleaned up with arrows, and now a last-second use of ability on that Skeleton King, and a probably ill-advised one, although it does bring the Electro Giant down about a quarter of its HP.
He will need to pop someone in front, otherwise the E-Giant will make it to the tower. Not the end of the world, though. Only gets the tower down to 1653. So it's going to be... How does he want to respond? Does get the dash on top of most of the troops, not all of them. So one of the Zappies will survive. It will allow the Giant Skeleton to get a little bit of tankage for the Graveyard. But the E-Giant, in response, on top of the Graveyard, will defend it fairly well.
Wow, that's a lot spent.
Yeah, still needs the cannon and the Earthquake.
And he's still overwhelmed here. Now going to need that Golden Knight dash to come down. Golden Knight dash does not come down, so Skelly stack up and Hunter on the tower for at least one shot. Zappies are on the tower as well. And Bruzani just gets a little too comfortable with his defense. His arrows will come down, and that should do it. Wow, a bit of a surprising turn there at the end. I mean, I guess Bruzani was he just kept running into a brick wall. He couldn't break through. The high Infernos were not getting enough value quick enough. And then when they would come down, or when they would stay alive past the E-Giant, which was in front of them, then you would see a great snowball to just push that Inferno in range of the Zappies and off of the Giant Skeleton. So it really just came down to control there by Clown at the bridge, just winning those bridge battles time and time again.
It really is scary how overwhelming the Zappies have become.
Yeah.
And this happens once every year, where Zappies become one of the best cards in the meta. When, you know, Inferno Dragon is in like a really good spot, or E-Giant is in a really good spot, or this is in a really good spot. And right now, these Zappies, I mean, every time they get placed on the board, his opponent was forced to Golden Knight plus charge plus, you know, whatever he could to try and take him out. And there was always one that survived, or two that survived, or, you know, sometimes all three that survived. And then at that point, his Inferno Dragon got no value. This happened, that happened, this happened. And when you can't take out Zappies, you're going to lose the bridge battle, and then you are going to lose the game.
Yeah, Zappies have become incredibly dominant in the meta right now, and I don't think it's a balanced conversation at all. I just think it's like, you know, you look at the decks that are so incredibly powerful, that are really dominating the meta, and you have this one card in the Zappies that are doing great work in kind of balancing the playing field for everyone else out there in the world. And the nice thing about Zappies is they're so strong, and they're pretty low skill cap. For the most part, it's just I can split them behind my King Tower, or I can split them in front of my King Tower. And then obviously if you do the work of recognizing your opponent not having a big spell, then you can just play them in one lane. They get so much value time and time again. And I don't think anyone out there is upset about the value that they get unless they run into them. No one's screaming about a Zappies rework or a Zappies nerf. And I don't think they need to be. I think it's just going to change the meta just a little bit. And we'll see Zappies dominate, and then we'll see other decks kind of fall out of favor, and then the Zappies will kind of fall back out of favor. Like you said, it happens like once a year, but it is something that does seem to happen once a year, where the Zappies become incredibly dominant in the meta.
Yeah, it's always kind of interesting. I mean, it's always really interesting when there's a deck that or when there's a card that has a stronghold on the meta, and no one cares because it's the only way that the meta is even somewhat healthy.
Yeah.
So it is a cool card to see. Right here, we do have Wallace going against Igor. Igor is going to be running what looks to be just kind of a regular Lava Loon variant. Last two cards should be Fireball and Lava. And then Wallace going to go in with the Giant Skeleton, no Hunter variation. But of the last 3 or 4 times that I've seen RG get played against Lava Loon, it has won every single time.
Wow, and right now Igor just eating all the damage in both lanes here. He doesn't even defend the Archer Queen, and he ends up just using the Valkyrie to defend against that Royal Giant. That's a nice lightning there to actually clean everything up for Wallace, who is down 4 elixir, but now has no way to get on top of this balloon. AQ is not in the cycle, doesn't have the lightning, and that is also a brilliant recognition by Igor of what is available for his opponent.
Huh.
That's tower down.
Fully allows the Archer Queen to take out the tower. That is a really cool play from Igor. I mean, the reason why these lava decks have such limited success is because they lose 1-0 or they lose 2-1 where they were forced to lightning out at the end of the game, and then his opponent was able to just overwhelm eventually. So to let the Archer Queen go just to kind of eventually take that tower with the Loon Bridge, I mean, that is a really, really great play that only Igor would make. So that was fun to watch, and yeah, that was just fun to watch.
And now you see here, Igor's offense is paying off, and some good damage comes in there. AQ does stay alive, so Igor's going to have to deal with that on this counter push. But you saw the Valkyrie go down in the pocket to catch that Royal Ghost, and then drop a couple units in Wallace's pocket to create some damage. 1737 to 1708. There's the Lava Hound coming down. This one AQ has been alive for a very, very long time. Now goes down, and Balloon comes in, and Balloon should get a shot. And
Balloon
another shot with that zap. No, does not.
King Tower was targeted onto the correct troops for Igor. Just couldn't get the shot, but it doesn't matter. Igor with a special game. I love the fact that he let that Archer Queen go, tried to go in with a Valk Skeleton Dragons, forced out the lightning in response, allowed him to go Loon at the bridge. I mean, nobody else makes that play. I want to study religiously from that game right there, because I want to make a comeback after seeing that play.
I know. It was like when it was happening, you're like, what is going on, man? I understand taking some of the damage in one of the lanes, and you're supporting the Royal Giant push with just the Valkyrie, and then it ends up being a great lightning. It was just, thinking 3, 4, 5 steps ahead. And that's, again, one of my favorite things about watching Igor play. His micro interactions are immaculate. They're impeccable. But his macro understanding of the game is almost unrivaled. And for him to go, okay, if the AQ's down, getting value on the right-hand side, I need to get the lightning out of play. He'll be low in elixir, and there's literally nothing he can do for this balloon. He ends up turning it into a 2-tower win. And now here we are with Clown and Bruzani. Clown now down a lot of HP. Brew in a must-win situation in terms of staying undefeated on the day. One of these guys will be 7-0, just like Igor, who is now 7-0 over a 2-1 victory over Wallace, which is, that's just a tough place for Igor, for Wallace to be in, having a perfect day and then running into an unstoppable Igor. Clown calls out good game here, late in game number 2. And we are going to a game number 3 between these other 2 undefeated guys, some of the few undefeated players left after 6 rounds.
Yeah, great game from Bruzani. Just controlled the game entirely. Clown really didn't have anything for it. And it's not... I feel like that matchup shouldn't have been that lopsided. I kind of wish I would have paid... or been able to see more of it, just to kind of see how it snowballed to that extent. But yeah, just a really solid game overall. Controlled the game, and Drill still shows that it's one of the best decks in the game.
We've seen Brew play very, very well with that deck a few times now. So they are caught at 1, tied up at 1. That is Group C, round 7 for them. So one of them will be 7-0 at the end of this. Higher is tied up at 1 with a Japanese competitor as well. Osama and Mughal are, looks like just a 0-0, maybe both throwing in the towel, recognizing that their runs have come to an end. As we hop over to Group D, Line got 2-0'd. Ruben got 2-0'd. So both of them done. Siak got 2-0'd. So, how the mighty have fallen very quickly. Pandora and Adriel are tied at 1. That's match 25 in Group D. That's a fun one as well. Furkan is up 1-0 over Yayo. It's also in Group D. And then we have Vitor and Pedro. Vitor down 1 early, as it is Igor, who is at the perfect 7-0 in that group. One of the only 7-0 players we have on our day as of right now. Let's see here. Yeah, it looks like in Group A, Group B, Lord Seb and Paolo are both at 6-0. So an opportunity for one of them to go to perfect, which sounds like we have that coming your way in just a moment. Doom is 6-1, being the highest ranked player in Group B. So this is the only opportunity for a perfect player to come out of Group B, is this matchup right here. So who will it be? Lord Seb up 1. BK Paolo needs to pull off the reverse sweep here.
So Ian77 is currently 4th place at 6-1 right now. He will get booted because Pandora, Furkan, a player named like European # N, and Vitor are all 5-1. But Ian's opponent win rate is sub 50% at 49.952.
And that's crazy because that is literally just because of how the day started, him losing that set. Because ever since then, he's been unstoppable. But that's the name of the game with Swiss Brackets. You got to win early and you got to stay consistent.
Paolo going to be able to defend with the cage. Mighty Miner should be able to take it out, at least with the help of the Mega Minion, and that is going to be an easy loon at the bridge. Zappies will come down, but even a zap on top of the Zappies would be enough to almost fully take it out. But the Zappies plus the Snowball, Loon should get a shot, but no more than just one.
Ooh, and that second one almost comes in. Death damage will clean the Zappies up off the board, 1250 to 985. And Lord Seb with a nice strike back after taking some damage early on from that graveyard. This is round 7, only one more round to go, and this is when things get really, really exciting for you guys. Every game, win and loss matters so much in terms of being able to get those units, or excuse me, in order to get those points added up for the very, very end of the run.
So he defends immediately with the Skeleton Dragons, but he doesn't try to stop the Graveyard Push from taking the tower. So just an interesting way to try and defend that. Just being okay with losing the tower, but also wanting to use the Skeleton Dragons to immediately defend. So not going to take a lot of King Tower damage, so I'm guessing that was the point that he was trying to set, and this does allow him to lava over the middle Skeleton Dragons to take out the Inferno Dragon, and then potentially go in with a Loon either in the pocket or to the side, but I guess he just wants to fully reset.
Zappy's ready to go to get on top of that Mighty Miner to try to reset it, but a great fireball on top of the Zappies. That was a brilliant prediction play there by Lord Seb. And I think Paolo cannot believe what just happened. That Mighty Miner went coast to coast, the fireball and the Zappies. GG, well played.
That happened so fast. The zap to also allow him to get just an extra 1/10 of a second on the tower. And that Mighty Miner, once it got started, that tower went down so fast. I feel like that it did more damage than it was supposed to.
That was one of the fanciest plays that we have seen with the Mighty Miner in the entire Royale Masters Gold Edition competition. You love to see it, and Lord Seb really earned that 7-0.
And yeah, what a brilliant set overall. Bruzani and Clown going to be in the game number 3. Hog EQ, Quick Cycle with Archer Queen going against what looks to be just Mortar Miner Mini P.E.K.K.A. Technically kind of a variant of Bags.
I was going to say it looks like Bags deck a little bit.
But probably does not have Rocket, although he could, but definitely does not have the Bomber and Tesla.
Yeah, this is a really interesting deck to kind of show up almost twice today. I mean, one time from Bag, you kind of just give it the pass, right? You never know what Bag's going to come out with. But the second time, we've seen the Mortar paired with the Mini P.E.K.K.A. And we'll see if it has success like it did the first time out.
"60 seconds left. Both players at about 2,600 HP, but now that it's double elixir, the Hog Earthquakes are going to be coming down often. Skeletons placed over the middle to try and get the Mortar to hit the King Tower. Would have been a great King Tower activation since he is going against a Minor Mortar deck. And that is going to be an offensive Earthquake. minor Earthquake decks have always been talked about because it just feels like there's a better option. Maybe you should always be using Poison or Fireball or this or that.
Yeah.
But it is putting in work, and this is a great matchup for him to have Earthquake.
Yeah, the Earthquake is great because you have Earthquake and Log on both sides, but you have the guaranteed damage there from the Miner, so Bruzani at least in a good spot in regards to that. And then the fact that he has the Mini P.E.K.K.A. makes it so he doesn't have to continue to mortar defensively to deal with the Hog Rider, so that the Earthquake of Clown becomes less impactful. So there's the Earthquake from Clown again, but there's the Mini P.E.K.K.A. plus the Log like we just talked about, and now the mortar could come out offensively if Brew wanted, but really more likely what he's going to do is keep holding that mortar and trying to get these miners on top of tower. And so Clown decides, all right, now I need to try to beat your cycle, which is a difficult thing to do.
So he again uses the Mini P.E.K.K.A. plus Log. He can Mini P.E.K.K.A. If he Mini P.E.K.K.A.s correctly, he can Mini P.E.K.K.A. without needing to Log. So I would like to see him try and attempt to do so as, as this game goes on. It looks like he thinks that he can just confirm a victory. And so when you can confirm a victory, there's no need to do anything differently. You can always defend the same way. You can always do this. And so we should see him continue to log on defense. Right there does recognize this is not one of those cases where he needs to do that.
Yeah, the Archer Queen there to support. Now the AQ comes down, gets good value on top of the opponent's AQ. And now we see if a Log plus Mini P.E.K.K.A. will come down. And yeah, the Hog, I think, got a shot that time. Maybe it did not. 1623 to 826, though. And this game is really getting away from Clown at this moment, not being able to catch those miners as much as he'd like. But then, like you were talking about, AC, that Earthquake value is stacking up here, and Brew is not really having to use it anywhere else.
Yeah, and right there, that was an unfortunate interaction for Clown. Allows his Archer Queen to die from one Mini P.E.K.K.A. shot plus the Archer Queen shooting. 324, 270, 212, just an Earthquake away. Don't even know if he will be winning that way. It's kind of however he wants to win, he can. And Bruzani going to remain undefeated and qualify unless something crazy happens.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like he should definitely qualify at this point. I think he's over in Group Group C, excuse me. And we got word from our producer that we do have a quick replay of the end of that Lord Seb game for you guys that maybe didn't catch it live and you didn't get to see us kind of geek out on it. Really, really nice play there with the Mighty Miner, the Fireball, the Zap. So here we go. Final moments of that game. There's the Mighty Miner working its way down the lane on the left-hand side. And AC, it just gets better and better over these next few seconds.
Yeah, I mean, he defends with the Inferno Dragon on top of the lava, so he tries to use the Skeleton Dragons. And so the lava is going to get taken out. So what does he want to do? Well, he does want to get aggressive with that, but the Zappies do come down. Fireball will come down on top of all the Zappies, misses the Inferno Dragon, but that's okay. Resets it with the Zap and misses the Snowball. Lord Seb, all of a sudden, just gets so much damage so quickly. And yeah, I didn't even see the missed Snowball the first time.
Yeah, I didn't either. And then I was able to see the Zap, the perfectly timed Zap that he held on to. You know, a lesser player might have wanted to use it earlier to protect the Lava Hound, but he knew that that's not what he needed to do. He needed to just make sure that Mighty Miner got on tower. You love the Fireball to the Zappies. Like you said, AC, he misses the Inferno with the Fireball because he has to hit the Zappies. Then the Zap comes in. Absolutely beautiful heads-up play. You love to see it. And so now that round 7 has basically come to an end for most of these groups. There's a couple more games that need to be played, but for the most part, we are getting there. I think Group C and Group D are both on, or Group C at least is on to round number 8. So we have a great matchup in Group C, Bruzani versus Lucas, the third matchup there. That is a really, really good one in Group C. I'd love to see that. We also have Inthrill versus Hugo in the 7th matchup there. Another great one. What else we got? Got Higher going up against Giovanna King, who was just undefeated, but then found a loss. We have X Pedro versus Air Surfer. And we have Osama versus Clown. So a lot of really, really good matchups here in Group C. And this is usually how it always is in round 7 and round 8. You never know which match to go to.
So I rewatched the replay again. And just the timing of it all, the Zappies got one shot, but then the Fireball comes down. And it's not like the way the fireball placement was, it was like the closest possible tile placement, and so it the Zappies were like gearing up to get that second shot to reset the Mighty Miner, but the fireball was able to get there just in time. So literally everything was perfect right there, and it was just I had to watch. I've watched it 6 times now.
Yeah, he must have been hovering that fireball. The placement and the timing on it was just way too on the numbers. And then you look at his opponent and just being, I mean, what are you going to do? What's Paolo really going to do in that moment? He did absolutely everything he could, but maybe just a little bit too predictable. But it's hard to not be when you have to use every single option that you have. So it looks like we have in Group D, Furkan versus Pandora. That is an absolutely great match. We got Pedro versus Schwatzen. Looks like it could be Garrico versus Sandbox. I feel like we might have seen that earlier already, but maybe not. We have Pompeo versus Sam Hero. We haven't seen Pomp yet at all today. Wallace versus Chris Lyon. It's another fun one. But yeah, that top one up there of Furkan and Pandora, that's a great matchup in Group D.
Yeah, that is going to be brilliant to watch. And I mean, Furkan is really, I mean, he's really making a name for himself. I mean, obviously he's, you know, been considered one of the top 10, top 15, top 25 players for a while now. But I mean, to be able to go, did he go undefeated round 1? Do you happen to remember?
I think he was undefeated in round 1.
So he went 8-0, 6-2, and just missed the cutoff. And now he's 6-1 with a possibility of going 7-1. But even if he goes 6-2, that's still a combined 20-4 overall, with a possibility of going 21-3 if he wins in this 8th round.
And it's crazy when you look at this group that he's in also. You have Sandbox, Bag, Vitor, Yuya, Ian, Chris Lyon, Pedro, Schwatzen, Pandora, Wallace, Igor. Like, that is a really, really tough group to play through. And almost every one of those names that I just said, at least the last few of them, Ian, Chris, Pedro, Furkan, Schwatzen, Pandora, and Wallace, they're all 6-1. It's only Igor who's been perfect today.
Pompeo, Adriel, Betfos, Ruben. The fact when you started listing off the names, I was like, oh, okay, he must be like. When I first was registering those names, I was thinking, okay, he's starting from the top and then he's going to the bottom, because you don't start off with Bag and Sandbox and Vitor, and that's your bottom players. Like, you're not warming up when you say those names. And so the fact that you were warming up when you were saying those names is incredible. And that is like 20 players that are all top 50 in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's exactly what Masters has been bringing us ever since we started now. Over 2,000, 2,500 plus players have signed up over these first 3 weeks. And here we go. Hugo versus InThrill. It's the first time we're seeing, I think, both of these guys today. So good luck, and it's always good to see them. Hugo going with Cannon Cart, Drill, and InThrill going with Mortar, Skelly King, probably Skarmy or Barrel.
Cannon Cart placed just in time, able to get the snipe on top of the cannon, or on top of the mortar. Skarmy is going to come down in response on top of the Golden Knight, and Magic Archer in response to the Skarmy, in response to the
in response, 30-27 to 30-52. InThrill has taken just a lick of damage there, probably from a drill. And just kind of slow playing it here early on. Maybe see a high Skeleton King. Or no, it goes a high Miner instead. Skeleton King would not have been able to stack souls and get value, but Miner going to be the perfect response there.
Yeah, great Miner right there. I was going to see if he wanted to try and go the Dark Goblin, but the problem with that is that it walks into the bomb. So just a really solid Miner to be able to take out the E-Wiz and stay alive just long enough for the Giant Skeleton as well. Responding to the Golden Knight with the Skeleton King. And here we go, this Minion Horde, it's going to be how much value can you get with this Minion Horde will pretty much decide who wins this game.
Yeah.
But this is the kind of matchup where it can get a lot of value, but it also can be basically nullified if played incorrectly. So it's just going to be, you know, how this game ends up moving along. Right there, big mistake. The NATO just kind of makes it easier for the cannon cart to get value.
Yeah, that would have been a really, really nice NATO lineup on top of the cannon cart for that Magic Archer, taking it off its wheels, getting a ton of piercing damage to come on through, but not the case. Inthril gets away with one there, and now another Magic Archer comes down. I think NATO should be back around in cycle if he needs it, and Golden Knight does not dash on top of tower. So a couple small, interaction mistakes here from Hugo early on in game number 1. None of them have been too detrimental, and he is in the lead by 600 HP, but you imagine he could be in even more commanding lead had he not made some of those small misplays.
Yeah, so far, playing a decent game, not making too many great plays, but not making too many bad mistakes. So that's definitely not like the worst trade-off in the world when you have a pretty solid matchup overall. So we do see the Skeleton King no Ghost over the middle to try and take out the Magic Archer because he knows that the Mortar will be able to fully take it out. And that Skeleton King does have a lot of souls collected. But the problem is, he doesn't have a response to a defensive Magic Archer. And so he can't use the ability of the Skeleton King. He can't get the minion horde to get the value that he needs. So he's struggling to find the right answer, and I love going opposite lane right here. That is absolutely your only option.
Yeah, I love going opposite lane. I also love the miner plate in front of the cannon cart there to make sure this cannon cart is just a little bit more threatening on the right-hand side, has a little bit more HP. And now a second cannon cart comes down, but Hugo's still able to go and turn this into offense, whereas Inthril has just really struggled to find any offense, and that NATO will allow for a lot more damage to come in. No high Magic Archer here, but Magic Archer will help play cleanup. Dark Goblin to snipe that Magic Archer, but Ewiz going to help with those minions.
Yeah, and I mean, he's going to be able to take out the Ghost with the Skeleton King. It's just not going to be enough. Souls get collected, pops the ability. Golden Knight in response, going to use the dash probably. We do see the dash get played. And I like the minion horde over the middle. Maybe you can miner, try and predict the Magic Archer. Not going to happen, and I mean, I feel like at that point you have to predict, but it doesn't matter because he's just going to NATO and Ewiz, so everything I say means nothing.
Well, Mortar finally does get on tower here, so some real offense for Inthril, and now he's going to go dual lane pressure as that Ewiz comes down to clean up those skellies. So Minion Horde plus Skeleton King with a bunch of souls. Now maybe a miner to catch. No miner to catch. Miner has to pull this giant skeleton back, and just as quickly as it looked like he might start a fun run, it is dead on the vine. And like you said, AC, that Magic Archer just got so much value throughout that game. He had to start predicting it with the miner, but was just not able to. As we hop over to Furkan versus Pandora here on the other side of it. This is a Group D matchup. Pandora 6-1, Furkan 6-1. However, Pandora's opponent win rate is 8% higher. So this is a win that is a big-time necessity for Furkan to hopefully make it on through to our qualifying finals.
Skeleton King placed on top of the Archer Queen, going to be able to take it out, but the problem with that is that it wasn't targeted onto the RG. RG gets 3 shots, getting the tower down to 15-17. Fisherman will be able to almost get a yank, not quite though. And the Hunter is doing its absolute best, but it's just not doing enough. But at least the RG does move on to the right lane, so we can finally see a reset as we head into overtime. Pandora up by 375 HP.
Yeah, Furkan, though, up in Elixir, so we'll see if he's able to pull off anything fancy here. He does not get the distraction completely on the Royal Giant, but allows for 2 shots to come in. And now it's Furkan's turn to play defense.
We do see the aggressive RG at the bridge, and I like this. Actually using the Fisherman how I want to see the Fisherman be used in that fashion every once in a while. Right there, Fisherman on top of the RG. If the Hunter can stop the second shot, it's okay, but he doesn't. And so he's going to need a prediction on top of a Tombstone. No Tombstone from Pandora, so the RG does get the tower down to 473. Didn't even notice that he didn't have it in his deck.
And that is exactly what you were talking about a couple weeks ago, AC, when you were saying, look, if you can't get the pull-off with that Fish Boy, then you should at least be using him as just a damage dealer up high, as opposed to just doing nothing or forcing the Fish Boy down and it not getting the value you want. And I believe this feels like a real forcing of the moment by Furkan, does not get a shot from his RG, and his opponent has not enough elixir to get an RG down of his own, but the AQ is there. So a nice use of the ability. He goes for the E-Spirit plus the Hunter, which would have been a perfect cleanup, but does not happen. Now needs to get the Tombstone down up high. Log plus Tombstone, where is it? There it is, late. You like the late call on the Tombstone, but still one shot in. Now just needs to get a Fireball down, and that is going to do it. Great game there from Pandora.
Yeah, that was brilliant gameplay from both players. The outplays, the fisherman on fisherman interactions. Can he get the log? You know, the Zappies were placed too close, but he didn't have enough elixir for the offensive log, and the defensive log was just able to get the RG off the tower. I mean, everything was happening so quickly, and both players were doing exactly what they needed to do to give themselves a chance. I loved the aggressive RG. I felt like he was kind of going to get overwhelmed no matter what.
Yeah.
But at the same time, maybe if he doesn't, then he could have had that one more clean defense. It really was kind of... It was one of those times where the game feels really fresh when there's no actual answer to what you're supposed to do.
Yep. It was just innovation on both sides there, and the patience from both of them too. So Inthril up early, technically. He's got 1865 on this second tower and one tower down with only 61 HP remaining. That is within arrow range, but you know Hugo does not want to have to use his arrows on that, so Inthril kind of using that idea. Goes Fireball up high.
Mortar just misses the Tombstone, so that is not going to be able to lock onto the tower because the Skeletons will take it out. 1865 to 3052. Skeleton King will be able to get the collected souls, but I mean, just using its ability if he wants to. No, it doesn't even pop the ability, just gonna try and reset probably, but we could see the lava in front of the Mega Minion. He has a couple options.
So instead, Hugo goes back in the corner here as the Mega Minion works down the lane. Will get taken out by the two towers and the Musketeer. And once again here with this push, Giant Skeleton very aggressive this time around, does get the ability off early, and the Mighty Miner is distracted, so the Giant Skeleton, or excuse me, the Skeleton finally takes a little bit of damage late, 784 to basically, I mean, to a completely untouched tower.
I'd like to see him attempt to use the ability. I feel like this is one of the few times where like the ability is super necessary on defense.
Of the Mighty Miner, you're saying?
Yeah, of the Mighty Miner, because you can't be using arrows on defense when those bats are coming down. Right here, this is a great push, absolutely what you need to be doing right now. You have one more go, and then you just lose the game. So I like that he's getting aggressive. It's not going to work out for him, and we should be seeing a game number 2.
Yep, there you go.
Game
Miner
number 3
on with a Musketeer on the tower as well. Fireball plus arrows came down to clean up that first Musketeer played defensively by Inthril, but that was the idea of what Inthril was doing. You know, you said it, you're like, okay, finally now, you know, the arrows are going to be in cycle for the bats. The bats are played early on, arrows are cycled out, then the Fireball comes down on top of the Musketeer. But all that being said, it takes too long for all that to happen. The balloon does get cleaned up just in time. That was a really good job by Inthril, just doing what you need to do in that game, staying super aggressive early on, especially on the ground in the opposite lane, and then late playing. You know, I've learned this the hard way, and a lot of people have learned this the hard way, but when a Lava Loon push comes in, it's not about how quickly you can defend, it's about how accurately you can. So you have to wait to play that Musketeer until the balloon sneaks around the side of the Lava Hound, then you get the Musketeer down, then you get the bats down. And that was one of the things that Inthril did really nicely there early on in that game that made it just that much harder for Hugo to take that tower. So beautiful stuff there as we are working through round number 8. So I'm going to take a look here at some of the stuff that's going on in round 8, some of the matchups that we have. You know, Igor is still perfect. See where he's at. Let's see. Furkan and Pandora, that's what we were just watching. Pompeo, Ruben, Argus, Wallace, and Chris Lyon. So Igor is up 1-0 right now over Ian. Ian is 6-1 in sets. Now going up against the winningest player in his group, but struggling early. So I don't know if we'll catch any of that game or not. Bruzani and Lucas in Group C. Bruzani is up 1-0 as we are checking in with Furkan and Pandora.
This is a very solid push. If you can get the invisibility off, it's going to be difficult to defend this. Mega Minion will be forced out as well, but not before the Archer Queen gets the tower down to 16-0-9.
And an easy 1 elixir defense here for this Mega Minion. There we go.
And still has the ability to go in again if he wants to. Fire Spirit cycled at the bridge, and Fire Spirit, aka Mini Fireball, gets the tower down to, I mean, actually basically a big Fireball, gets the tower down to 1382.
I love that play there. Those aggressive Fire Spirits when you know your opponent doesn't have a good option, and now we're going to see maybe Hog Rider plus. No, it's going to be Valkyrie plus AQ. So a little surprised that the Archer Queen is going to come out aggressively on offense here in the opposite lane, because that is going to be the best response to anything up in the skies. But you can see Furkan goes, all right, I'll go AQ one lane, Hog Rider opposite, and I can just take both your towers outright. And you love to see it. So 43 HP and 428 HP. And now Furkan will sacrifice this one tower. Maybe late defense here, we'll see. As Hugo and InThrill set up for game number 3.
Flying Machine takes the left tower out and going to go in with a Skeleton King as well. Cannon in response to the Skeleton King. He's okay with losing, you know, a little bit of King Tower damage, but he obviously doesn't want to be giving up too much Crown Tower damage on the other side. And the Fire Spirit in response, plus the Skellies, going to be able to even move back the Skeleton Dragons as well for a little bit. Great defense right here by Furkan, doing everything possible to defend properly. And, you know, a couple pups on the tower, but really not a problem whatsoever.
So Pandora needs a miracle in the next 30 seconds, or he will be going to game number 3 here. And he goes Flying Machine plus Skeleton King. Skeleton King tanky for the Flying Machine. A little late on the draw is Furkan. Flying Machine still putting in work. 6:06 now with 17 seconds remaining. And now it feels like Furkan might be able to finally take that breath of relief. Doesn't feel like there's another way to get that quick damage on tower. There you go. Skelly's in the pocket to catch that Flying Machine. Good job recognizing the cycle. And we're going to game number 3 there between Furkan and Pandora. Almost gets the 3-crown win as we check back in with InThrill and Hugo. Hugo turning up the heat in both lanes here, but InThrill looks like he has the equation to deal with all of it.
Wow, uses the ability of the Golden Knight because the Skeleton King, I'm pretty sure, was getting some chops on top of the tower, so unfortunate for him. Then also on the other end, kind of a, wow, what a dash right there. A couple interesting interactions. Uses the drill on defense against the RG Skeletons push, but uses the drill to take out the Skeletons, so that way the Inferno Dragon would lock onto the correct thing. So kind of a cool play right there.
This RG, though, has a lot of HP, and the Zappy slowing down that giant skeleton damage. So a few shots come in. 1558 here as Hugo takes a very large lead over InThrill. But we all know how quickly this deck can turn things around. One overwhelming push can do it all. He sets up another giant skeleton in the back. Have to let this die on the vine. Giant skeleton bomb will clean up that Mother Witch. And now no drill comes out on defense. Instead goes with a NATO. And that RG will get another shot.
Does get one more shot, but that's okay. I think he's looking for that all-out attack, the all-out assault. Drill on top of the tower. Zappy's in response over the middle. Skeleton King will come down to take out the drill, but he will technically be able to get out a decent NATO if necessary. Skeleton King does walk in front of the tower for a second, but then moves back out of the range. A good Magic Archer placement that doesn't work out.
And I think also what happened in that last push by InThrill was the Zappies messed up the Golden Knight dash, and it only dashed on top of one unit instead of all the Zappies plus. So not all working out for InThrill here. This time he does get the dash off on the 3 Zappies, but they're placed high enough to where it doesn't get to the Princess Tower. 2163 to 991. Hugo just needs to sit back and continue doing exactly what he's doing. The last thing Hugo needs to do right now is get aggressive on offense. Yes, he has a whole minute, but he needs to over-defend right now, and then if his units survive, then go in for a counter push with the RG. That's exactly what both these guys are setting up for.
Yeah, when your opponent doesn't have a big spell, it makes your life so easy when you have Mother Witch, because that Mother Witch will control how the game gets played. It will take out, I mean, just getting 2 troops of value just snowballs so quickly, and we do see the snowball effect right here. Yes, you got a little bit of damage on the left, but yes, you are giving up your tower on the right.
Yep.
Zappies, 2 Mother Witches, and an RG. It's tough to stop.
Beautiful play there by Hugo, and that's a fun matchup between two guys who I'm sure we'll see much, much more of as their careers continue on. Already in their young careers, we've seen them face off many times, and I'm sure that is not the last. We also have Bruzani and Lucas going head-to-head there in Group C, round number 8, match number 3. They're tied up at 1. And a lot of these, our tournament, it's always so crazy how, like, for the first half of the day, it feels like we're ramping up for so much, figuring out who the big standouts are going to be, who struggled early on, who's really excelling. And then before you know it, we're all of a sudden in matches 7 and 8, and the day is over because we already have pretty loose standings for some of our groups. Igor is still perfect. Schwarzen went 7 and 1. So he was able to turn his day around, 77% win rate with a 63% opponent win rate. But we still have Igor's matchup to see if he's going to finish in that first spot. But Schwarzen looking good as of right now. Furkan and Pandora, we're still waiting for their last game to start. And where is Igor and Ian still tied at 1? So a lot of really, really great matchups that are all at 1 and 1. Lucas and Bruzani, Furkan and Pandora, Igor and Ian, Wallace and Chris, all these guys at 1 and 1 as we're going to hop into a game right now. Group A catching up slowly here, as it looks like Group A still has a perfect player in Jose Hart Samantha. As we get back into the action with Pandora versus Furkan.
Furkan going to be running minor cannon cart, could be a mortar deck overall. Pandora could be running lava, could be running lava, is still my guess. So, you know, cannon cart, it definitely felt like it was definitely, you know, one of the better support troops in the game, or probably the best support troop in the game. Now I would have to give the edge over to Zappies, but definitely still a top 3 card in that aspect. And then Pandora probably actually going to be running Graveyard, usually what we see when we see Goblin Cage plus Cannon Cart.
Yeah, 100% Cannon Cart has been very popular for a very, very long time, and no one's been crying out to nerf it or buff it. And it's just like you said, it's just another great card in this specific meta. And a lot of that is because of what it can do with the Giant Skeleton. You can drop a Cannon Cart opposite side, and it will pull the Giant Skeleton to the middle, and then it will get out of the bomb range, having to deal with things like E-Giant. You've got another building on the ground, and of course, Mortar. You've got a great way to just snipe a Mortar or an Expo. So Cannon Cart does so many things so well, and that snowball does come in from both players. Although Furkan does not get another swing out of it, he does get a lot of great damage early on, about 1,000 HP down on that left-hand tower, and the Miner are going to add a little bit more work.
So the craziest thing about this is that the winner of this, I think Furkan is at 12 points, and I think Pandora is at 18 or 15, I think.
Yeah.
So if either of them win, they might be able to either A, auto-qualify, or B, set themselves up to only need like 1 round victory in order to qualify. So there's more on the line from this than there has been in some like semifinals matches.
Yeah, that's a great little bit of a story that you guys might not know at home because of those leaderboards. Yeah, Pandora and Furkan very, very close to each other. And of course, other than the 3 people that will win our respective 3 qualifiers, these are the type of players winning 1 or placing very high in numerous that could be taking that 4th spot. So a very, very important matchup here in terms of our Swiss bracket, but more importantly, in terms of our finals and not having to play in that last chance qualifier where absolutely anything can happen. Pandora going to get some good damage in here, finally. Musketeer gets a couple shots. Musketeer in response, but 3 elixir down is Furkan. And this should be an easy Musketeer to control. He just decides to go with the Skeleton King plus Cannon Cart.
That was a pretty interesting, like, I'm shocked to see that the Musketeer sniped the opposing Musketeer. Right there, Bats are getting so much value in this matchup, taking out the Skeleton King, taking out the Cannon Cart, getting it very, very low. And then it allows for the Musketeer to go on the bridge and try and, you know, take out opposing troops that way. So it's just a great spot for Furkan and just another reset from both players. But as we head into triple elixir, it's just so easy for Furkan to either A, poison up, or B, try and, you know, defend with a Musketeer low or Cannon Cart low while remaining aggressive. He has a lot of options, and I like playing safe as long as you're getting enough offensive pressure. And so far, he's been getting a lot of offensive pressure, and that's a bad Musketeer from Pandora.
Yeah, that Musketeer just kind of going off to nowhere. Snowball's going to be more than enough to take care of it. On the other side of the screen, you see Bruzani and Lucas. Lucas is going to take that game after having a good matchup in terms of the Mother Witch and mirrored Mother Witch for the Graveyard, and he had a great dash there from that Golden Knight getting on top of the tower to add some good damage in. So Bruzani ends up falling to Lucas there as we focus in on Pandora and Furkan, where Furkan is in a very, very firm lead right now. He goes to the dangerous spot with the miner. That's all he needs. Poison is in, and that will do it. And the conversation of that leaderboard is going to become even more interesting with these two guys at the end of tomorrow. We'll see where they even line up at the end of today. We have Ian and Igor still going head-to-head. Furkan takes that set over Pandora, which when you look at the standings, that puts Furkan in the second place spot. But remember, Igor is still playing. He is 7-0. And so Schwatzen, Furkan, Igor, and Pandora are looking like some of the more promising players in Group D. But we'll see what happens as those last couple matches finish up. Group C, it looks like Oh, go ahead.
Okay. So there's still 3 players that are 6-1, and this is going to be one of the only really opportunities for a low 6-1 player to be able to qualify. If Wallace loses, we are going to be looking at a Chris Lyon or Ian qualification if one of them wins. And so that'll be like a sub 55% opponent win rate, being able to qualify for probably the first time in this.
Yeah, that is crazy. I don't know if we'll be able to hop into it, but Ian and Igor still look like they're going in for one of the last matches of the day. There you go. Ian and Igor, we're catching the final 30 seconds here. Ian top of your screen, Igor at the bottom. Right now, Ian is in the lead as he cycles those Earthquakes. If Igor sets the line high, gets an Earthquake in, Hog Rider in, there you go. That's a pretty nice push. But a NATO to King.
Okay, and then, okay. Here we go, 1432, 200 HP Earthquake on, but that should be an Earthquake plus Snowball for Igor, and no double Earthquake from Ian.
Wow.
Oh, okay, there we go. Ian was able to confirm the victory.
Okay, so that makes the conversation that you were just having change just a little bit, because like you said, Ian did pick up that win, so he is going to go to 7-1, which also drops Igor down to 7-1. So I think we have 4 players at 7-1. There you go. Schwatzen, Igor, Furkan, and Ian will all make it through. Pandora at 6-2 will be just outside of it, but Wallace is still 6-1. So Wallace
and Chris Lyon
and Chris Lyon, there it is.
Chris Lyon is already guaranteed out because of his opponent win rate.
Yeah.
But Wallace will be able to jump over Ian if Wallace gets the win.
Wow. So there is that matchup in Group D that's still going on. It's match 29 in Group D. Chris Lyon and Wallace. Would love to see that if we can. As we check in with our other brackets, it looks like all of C is sewn up. B has a couple matches still going. Nicholas, Extreme, and Morton. We got Doom and Titone, Hajime, and someone named SK. And with Group A, Jose Samantha still trying to stay perfect over someone called Spring. They're tied at 1. But really, only a couple more matches remaining in our day of Royale Masters. Remember, guys, we're going to be back tomorrow here for our final day of the Open Qualifier Finals. That's the 3rd one. We'll be able to know the top 4 players that will make it on through to our playoffs after tomorrow afternoon. And then it will be all down to that last chance qualifier. Wallace gets an Earthquake down here, and that Earthquake should be just enough. Log comes in, 382. Chris Lyon loses. Wallace stays alive. So AC, what does that do for our matchup conversation in terms of who's going to make it out of Group D?
So Wallace will be able to jump over Ian.
Oh.
Ian did go 7-1, but did not qualify due to losing his round 1 game. His opponent win rate at 51.67. Tribe Wallace. It hasn't updated for me, but it's probably going to be around 65.
Yeah.
That might even put him to number 1.
That's
on the,
actually it all
leaderboards.
updated on mine, and you're 100% correct. Ian drops out to the 5th place spot. Wallace is literally at 65% opponent win rate and the number 1 spot. So nice job there, AC. You call it all by the numbers. Wallace, Schwarzen, Igor, and Furkan. Hell of a Group D. Those are 4 exceptional players. Any one of them could win our day tomorrow. And, I mean, that's why you guys got to tune in as we check out Group C. It looks like Group C is also all sewn up. We got a bunch of 7-1 players.
Wow,
And
another 7-1.
other
Not
than...
qualifying.
Yeah, wow. Looks like we might only have... There is a possibility that Jose Samantha is perfect too. But as of right now, it is only Lord Seb who is the perfect 8-0 on the day. And we are definitely going to get our... we've got at least 8 of our 16 players figured out, maybe even 12. But we'll hold on getting ahead of ourselves while these last couple matches finish up. But Group B, the people in contention are Doom, Paolo, Dimas, and I think Garrico. Titone also at 6-2, but Morton still at 6-1. Nicholas Extreme still at 6-1, so that could be a fun one for us to hop into if we're able to get there in time.
Yeah,
looks like
perfect.
we might be able to. Oh, here we go.
Okay, the winner of the Morton game is going to be able to qualify in that group.
Morton still has not qualified for World Finals. He has not gotten his golden ticket, even though he did win that DreamHack event, that in-person event, which was exciting for him. I think he walked away with 5,000 euros. You know Morton cares so much more about that golden ticket and showing up at World Finals, and this could be his last chance.
Wow. So more crazy calculations for this. If Spring wins, it should propel him above Eric. So the difference is 55.16% for the opponent win rate for Eric, and then Spring only has a 53%. But because he's going against Jose, who's undefeated so far, it should move him to the top.
So Morton playing a interesting minor control deck. Yeah, this is one we haven't seen in a while. Against Nicholas Extreme's more popular mortar deck here with arrows and Dark Goblin. And luckily for us, Jose and Spring are doing the gentlemanly thing and giving us time. Never mind. There we go. Aggressive Graveyard at the bridge. Skelly's in the back. Golden Knight up front. Along with an Earthquake defensively, but that Baby Dragon gets some good splash damage in. About 700 damage dealt.
Wow. Spring going to be running Sparky. I was going to say it looks like E-Giant just because he hadn't played, and it's the start to the... Okay, it is E-Giant regardless, even with the Sparky being played.
And the Ewiz putting in work does get the double lock there, so now the poison comes down, and I don't know if that poison was a great idea, but we'll find out here. Does Jose have enough DPS? He luckily has the slow/stun here from the Ewiz to help on that right-hand lane, and then the Brawler going to put in work as well with that NATO. So a couple weird plays, I think, in both directions, actually. That NATO, not a great NATO from Spring, as another great pile-up here on that left-hand lane. Interesting stuff there.
The Valk does get that final shot, getting it down to 8:24. 2 minutes left, overtime period. And Spring just does not really have an answer. He can... I mean, Jose can just go in aggressive with another Graveyard Poison. He's going to have to play troops on top of the Poison. And, you know, the Hunter is a really good play, but it might not be enough. E-Giant needs to be played quickly on top of the bridge.
And Morton and Nicholas on the other side of it, kind of pretty even here. So we'll just kind of hold on them for a moment while we close out these final from Spring Jose Samantha. Jose Samantha will go a perfect 8-0 as long as he can get that poison down in time before he drops this tower. And it feels like that would be a miracle to happen. Jose Samantha feeling good, playing strong as Morton's rocket comes out to clean all that up. Now Spear Goblin is going to have to deal with this, and that is a really, really nice send here from Nicholas, lining all those things up, getting a little bit of damage in, and the delivery comes down just in time.
So with that win, Group A, I believe, is fully confirmed. Yeah, Group A is fully confirmed. Jose did go 8-0, so congrats to him. Does confirm the victory. With the confirmed victory, he does confirm an 8-0, so very good right there. And then this game is the only game I believe that is even left, where everything matters. Morton or Nicholas will be the one who qualifies.
And Morton has always been great in these high-pressure situations, but I have to admit the matchup conversation is a bit of an interesting one here. That Inferno Tower played really high and not getting quite what he wants out of it, so now he's going to have to cycle all these cheap cards. Mortar will walk on top. No, Miner gets in time on tower just in time. Spirits come down to help with this Mortar again. That Mortar in the middle, though, has sucked so much elixir out of Morton just having to respond to it. Now goes in for a log here, plus Fire Spirit, and dangerous times here with that Minion Horde coming down. Great delivery, 12-15 to 14-46. Morton is in the lead and has the spell power. Now you see the rocket cycle coming through.
Does get the rocket on top of the cannon cart. Brilliantly played right there. Log should come down on top of the Dark Goblin, plus the guards. Inferno Tower is played correctly. Delivery not used just yet. Wants to save that for the minions. In the Minion Horde, Cannon Cart will be able to get a little bit of value. No Inferno Tower prediction, and
that's going to do it. Miner goes to the back, caught by the guards. Rocket does come in, but not enough power in the tank for Nicholas Extreme. And if you are correct, AC, that means we should be getting Morton tomorrow in the mix as well. We are going to have a crazy lineup of 16. And wow, even looking here at Group C, you see that Lucas just missed the mark by 1.5% opponent win rate. And this is why you got to stay strong all day long. You never want your fate to be in the hands of someone else. So it looks like after another great day of matches, another great day of battling, we have our 16 players confirmed. I'm obviously going to wait here until Taste throws up the graphic. But while we're doing that, a little bit of housekeeping, guys. This is Royale Masters Gold Edition. This is the end of our open qualifiers, but there is still one more opportunity for you guys next week. The last chance qualifier to get in. Top 4 players from our entire qualification run will not be able to play. They will already have that pass on through to our finals. The top 4 from next weekend will fill out that 8 people, that full 8-person roster for our finals, where $25,000 is on the line and a golden ticket. We'll be back tomorrow first for our open qualifier finals to see who those 4 will be qualifying just off of points. So subscribe to the channel, turn on notifications, check out Royale Masters on Twitter, and join the Discord. You can follow Ace on Twitter. Here are our final standings for our final open qualifier day. And AC, it was a close one. Talk us through it, brother.
Oh, in Group A, we do have Jose. He was able to win his final game, which did knock... Oh, I forgot who it was.
Spring,
I think it was Spring?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Spring did have the opportunity to move up to 7-1 and be one of the top 4 players and knock Eric out. Did not happen that way. So we do have Ta, Eric, L, and Jose at a perfect 8-0 qualifying from Group A.
Yeah, an interesting top 4 there. Ta is the big name to kind of pay attention to, but in general, Group A just didn't have the star power that a lot of these other groups had. Even starting with Group B, you see right there, Demus, Titone. I think, I can't remember if that's Gariko or not now after hopping around as much as we have. Hajime at 6-2, Capgun at 6-2, but it is Lord Seb at the perfect 8-0, Doom at 7-1, Paolo at 7-1, and Morton with the last-minute grab of that final spot in Group B. As we take a look here at Group C and Groups D, a lot more star power in these groups. It felt like, at least especially in Group D, with a final last-second kind of placement there. Here's Group C. Bruzani, Clown, Hugo, and Matt will be our top 4, all at 7-1. The only 7-1 player left out is Lucas, unfortunately at 58% win rate, opponent win rate, 58.8 opponent win rate, even though he was tied for the highest win rate in his respective group at 78.9. Lucas misses the mark by a hair. Hugo, Clown, Bruzani, and Matt, congratulations. We'll see you guys tomorrow. And finally, our incredibly competitive, stacked lineup of Group D. Final moments decided by the first moments of the day. Ian, 77, finishes 7-1, but also does not qualify AC. We see Pandora, Yuya, Pompeo, Chris, Adriel, Pedro, Bag, Vitor, all of them in this group. None of them qualify. It's going to be Wallace, then Schwab, then Igor, then Furkan. So once again, Group D really does deliver. Man, what a great, great day. And we have a lot of repeat customers from previous finals showing up, AC.
We absolutely do. One thing that I was super excited, I was looking at the stats, I was looking at the opponent win rate, all of that kind of stuff. If we take a look at Lucas's win rate, or opponent win rate, I think it was 58.854. What does that put him in Group D? That would have put him in third, above Igor, above Furkan, above Ian. So because of how the groups were set up, and I mean, really that does come down to how strong Group D is, and it does, you know, it forces a lot of opponent win rates to go down because, you know, some people's win rates are high, some people's win rates are super low, and it does mess with a lot of things. But Lucas would have finished third in Group D, instead finishes fifth. And it's always fun to look at the stats, and then it's always sad once you realize what that means.
It's fun to not be a part of it and to call it out from the booth, because also if he was in Group A, he would have ended up in that 4th place spot. So that's going to do it for us here today, guys. The end of our Open Qualifiers. Join us tomorrow for our last bit of finals to get those top 4 players that will go on through to the Royale Master Final Gold Edition in a couple weeks. We'll be giving out $25,000 and that golden ticket, but still $7,000 to give away tomorrow. $4,000 to give away next weekend. And of course, that next weekend is open for everyone. So subscribe to the channel, turn on those notifications, because tomorrow, once the broadcast is over, most likely signups will be available for that last chance qualifier. For AC, myself, our incredible team of admins, Tasty Bacon, our producer, this is Royale Masters Gold Edition. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place. We'll see you there. And as always, keep on clashing.